the Jeff Meacham Network's multiverse of media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
Across the Jeff Meacham Network multiverse of media, it's Star Wars trivia in the style of Jeopardy. Let's meet today's contestants. A sacrosanct. How do you say that, Josh?
Sacristan.
Sacristan and young adult chant scholar director from Cortland, Ohio, Josh Mansfield. A self-employed data entry officer from Melbourne, Florida, Matthew Hossetter. And our interim champion from Raleigh, California, a videographer, and with a total cash winnings on Jeopardy of nothing. This is the first time we've done Jeopardy. He is Emmanuel Dominguez. And now, here is the host of Star Wars Jeopardy, Renegade Trebek.
There we go. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us this evening for Star Wars Trivia in the style of Jeopardy. Of course, may the 4th be with you, each and every one of you. I hope you guys enjoy the offerings that we have for you today. There's a lot of work putting together this presentation and these categories. I want to thank very quickly our man in the truck, Noah Foster, who's running the board and everything. So, gentlemen, let's go ahead and bring the board up onto the screen. Bring the board up onto the screen. There we go. Noah, what do we have lined up for the contestants in the first round? Board generating here with the dollar amounts. We have Jedi Knights, droids, planets, vehicles, species, and our final category, outside of the galaxy. And for outside of the galaxy, we are going to be referencing movies and stuff that the actors within the Star Wars franchise have done, and you have to give us the actor. Remember, all answers must be phrased in the form of a question. Also, remember, for buzzing in, you're going to be raising your hand. First one to be seen will get called upon. Please wait until I finish reading the question. If you raise your hand up while I'm reading the question, you will not be eligible to answer that question. Understood?
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay. Emmanuel, since you are technically the defending champion, you go first. Give us our first category and dollar amount. You're muted, Emmanuel.
Sorry about that. Outside of the galaxy for 300.
Outside of the galaxy for 300. This actor, whose first film credit was in 1959, is best known outside of the galaxy as Harvey Dent in Tim Burton's 1989 Batman film, although he wouldn't get the opportunity to transform into Two-Face until 2017's The Lego Batman Movie. Matthew.
What is Billy D. Williams?
Correct. You have control of the board.
I'll do vehicles for 500.
Okay. Vehicles for 500. This ship, belonging to the Organa family, was captured and boarded by Darth Vader's and Imperial stormtroopers at the end of Rogue One, beginning of A New Hope. Yes, Josh.
Tantive 4. Or what is a Tantive 4?
Correct.
Jedi Knights, 500.
Okay, Jedi Knights for 500. This Jedi, who until 2020 only appeared in an animated form, is actually the Padawan of Anakin Skywalker. Matthew.
Ahsoka Tano. What is Ahsoka Tano?
Correct.
I'll take vehicles for 400.
Okay. Vehicles for 400. This ship was kept in the family and piloted by both Jango and Boba Fett. Josh.
Slave one. What is slave one?
Correct. Please remember to put it in the form of a question the first time, please.
Sorry, working on it.
Okay. I know it's not,
Um,
something we do on a regular, so.
Jedi Knights 400.
Okay, Jedi Knights for 400. This Jedi Master, who perishes during the Battle of Naboo, does not disappear upon meeting his demise. Instead, he is burned on a funeral pyre in order to become one with the Force. Emmanuel.
Who's Jen?
Who is who?
Jen?
Judges, can we accept that?
Do I need to say the whole name?
What's the whole name?
Queen John Wu, Jen?
No, can't accept that.
Okay.
Okay, who was next? Because I saw Matthew had his hand up the whole time, but then Josh did as soon as as soon as Emmanuel was done.
Oh God. Yeah, Josh.
Who is Qui-Gon Jinn?
That is correct.
Jedi Knights 300.
Originally conceived to be portrayed by Jim Henson, this Jedi Master ended up in exile after the execution of Order 66. It was between Emmanuel and Matthew. Judges? Judges?
Emmanuel, go ahead.
Who's Master Yoda?
Correct, Yoda.
Sorry, JJ, I forgot you're not on the screen with us. If I'm able to see who raised a hand first, I'll throw them on a solo shot and let you know.
Okay, I had asked for it to be put in the private chat on the stream chat here, so.
Oh, I figured it was just going to take too long.
The board, please. Go ahead. Continue,
Okay.
Emmanuel.
Okay. Planets for 100.
Planets for 100. One of the primary planets in the Star Wars universe, it features in 6 of the 9 films in the Skywalker saga. Episodes 1 through 4, Episode 6, and Episode 9. Josh.
What is Tatooine?
Correct.
Give me droids for 500.
Droids for 500. Introduced in Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, this tall silver droid was summoned by Darth Vader in order to help track down the Millennium Falcon. Josh.
IG-80. Who is IG-88?
Correct.
Give me planets for 500.
Planets for 500. An important setting during Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, this lava planet is where the duel between Darth Vader and Obi-Wan Kenobi took place, which resulted in Vader's disfigurement. Josh.
What is Mustafar?
Correct.
Give me droids for 400.
Droids for 400. Voice actor Alan Tudyk portrays this former Imperial security droid who was stolen and reprogrammed by the Rebel Alliance and perishes while defending Jyn Erso. Josh.
Who is K2SO?
K2SO, I do believe that is correct. That's one of the ones that I don't have memorized because I've only seen that movie a couple times. Let me just go to my answers and verify.
I'll take planets for 400.
Appearing in 2 of the 3 films that make up the sequel trilogy, this planet is the desert planet where we first meet Rey Palpatine. Matthew.
What is Jakku?
Correct.
I'll take species for 500.
Species for 500. This parasitic bat-like species feasted on the power cables of the Millennium Falcon while they were hiding inside of Exegorth, which they thought was a cave within an asteroid. Between Josh and Matthew, judges? Josh by a hair. Okay.
What is a Minoc?
Correct.
I will take species for 400.
Okay, species for 400. This amphibious species that is indigenous to the planet of Naboo resides in underwater cities under the leadership of Boss Nass. Following the Battle of Naboo, one of their species would go on to become the junior representative of the Gungan people within the Galactic Senate, serving alongside Padme Amidala, the senator from Naboo. Josh.
What is a Gungan?
Correct.
Give me...
Still have the daily double out there too, by the way. Surprised that hasn't been hit yet.
Yeah, I've been trying to hit it. Give me species for 300.
Species for 300. One of these carnivorous ice creatures native to the ice planet of Hoth attacked Luke Skywalker while he was out on patrol for the Rebel Alliance. Josh.
What is a Wampa?
Correct.
Give me droids for 300.
Droids for 300. First featured in Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, this type of droid was dispatched by Newt Gunray of the Trade Federation to try and kill Qui-Gon Jinn and his Padawan, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yes, Josh.
What is a B1 battle droid?
We will accept that, yes, because there's technically 2 answers for that one.
Vehicles for 300, please.
These vehicles, at the end of the day, were created as a way to inject a NASCAR element into the Phantom Menace. Matthew, by a hair.
What is a pod racer?
Correct.
Outside the galaxy for 500.
Okay. Outside the galaxy 500. This actor went from a galaxy far, far away to entering a wizarding world almost 20 years later as Professor Phileas Flitwick. Josh.
Who is Warwick Davis?
Correct.
Planets for 300.
Planets for 300. This planet, which is heavily featured in the prequel trilogy, serves as the capital for the Republic as well as the Empire, and it also the headquarters for the Jedi Order. Josh.
What is Coruscant?
Correct.
Let's finish off planets, please.
Planets for 200. This swampy planet, which is featured in both The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, is where Luke Skywalker found and trained with Yoda. Josh.
What is Dagobah?
Correct.
Droids for 200.
Droids for 200. Debuting in Episode 7, The Force Awakens, this little guy is owned by Poe Dameron. Ooh, that was close between Josh and Matthew. Judges? Matthew.
What is BB-88? Or BB-8?
BB-8, okay. Go ahead,
Let's
Matthew.
do Jedi Knights for 200.
Jedi Knights for 200. After the death of his master, this Padawan became the master of young Anakin Skywalker. Matthew.
Who is Obi-Wan Kenobi?
Correct.
Jedi Knights for 100.
The son of Darth Vader, this Jedi Knight is our main protagonist for the original Star Wars trilogy. Ooh, all three of them kind of got it up at the same time, judges. Emmanuel.
Luke Skywalker. Who is Luke Skywalker?
Yes.
Droids for 100.
Droids for 100, finishing that one out. This goldenrod is, according to himself, fluent in over 6 million forms of communication. Damn, that was close again, judges. Noah says Josh.
Oh, me?
Yes,
Who is C-3PO?
correct.
Human-cyborg relations.
You don't get extra points for the impression, Josh.
Yeah, I know. I figured that's probably what Jeff was about to tell me. Vehicles for 200.
Vehicles for 200. This type of ship has a fleet commanded by the Red Leader during the Battle of Yavin. Josh.
What is an X-Wing?
Correct.
Let's finish up that category, please, Renegade Trebek.
Vehicles for 100. This ship, referred to as the fastest hunk of junk in the galaxy, can make 0.5 past light speed and made the Kessel Run in under 12 parsecs. Damn, all three of y'all got it up on that one. Judges? Noah says Matthew.
What is the Millennium Falcon?
Correct.
Species for 200.
Species 200. This large slug-like species are known as galactic gangsters. As a matter of fact, arguably the most famous of the species ruled a massive criminal empire from his desert palace, where his prized possession, a carbonite-frozen Han Solo, was on prominent display. Josh.
What are the Hutts?
Correct.
Before you pick the next category, contestants, even though you see the answer from the judges in the chat room, the viewers aren't seeing that. So let JJ call on you if you're determined to be the one to answer. Por favor.
Thank you, Judge. Josh, if you had the correct answer, go ahead and pick the next category and dollar amount.
Finish that species, please.
All right, species for 100. This sentient species of meter-tall furry humanoids are the type of creatures that sold R2-D2 and C-3PO to Owen Lars, Luke's uncle. Josh, barely.
What are Jawas?
Correct.
Outside of the galaxy for 400, please.
Okay. We have our daily double.
Figured that was going to be it.
All right, Josh, what do you want to wager on the daily double? Or
First off, how much do I have? Because I don't know.
yeah, that's a good question. Noah, sir, how much does Josh have?
Josh, you have $5,900.
I'm going to risk 900.
$900 for Outside of the Galaxy. Your clue is this actor could be credited as John Cena, seen as how you can't see him most of the time. He's best known as the hand underneath and the voice behind Miss Piggy, Fozzie Bear, Cookie Monster, Grover, and countless others.
Yeah, I don't got this one.
Bummer. Because it's a daily double, we can't throw to anybody else. The answer is Frank Oz. Who is Frank Oz?
Oh. Son of a biscuit.
Damn it, Jeff.
Damn had that ready for whoever got that one wrong.
I swear I didn't load that in there. But that had to be Jeff right now.
Yeah, I know, and I
Go ahead.
deserved
You've got two more dollar amounts, Josh.
Give me outside for 200.
Outside the Galaxy 200. After coming to prominence in a galaxy far, far away, this actress took her talents to such films as Where the Heart Is, V is for Vendetta, Black Swan, and the Thor franchise. Matthew.
Who is Natalie Portman?
Correct. And
And
go ahead and round out the category and the board.
Outside of the Galaxy for 100.
Best known outside of the galaxy as archaeologist Dr. Henry Walton Jones Jr. This actor has also portrayed the likes of Dr. Richard Kimball, Jack Ryan, and is about to step into the role of Thaddeus Ross in the MCU. Matthew.
Who is Harrison Ford?
Correct. And that wraps up the board for the initial Jeopardy round. Before we throw to commercial, let me ask both the viewers at home watching and the contestants, what did you think? Got a round of applause from Jeff.
Hard.
They can't all be a cakewalk, Josh.
I know.
You guys, one of the three of you got every single answer right except for that Frank Oz one. That's a pretty good track record. 29 out of 30 questions got answered correctly.
Honestly, I was expecting a couple harder ones, but
same.
Well, it is the Jeopardy round, number one. So things are usually a little bit easier in the opening round. And I tried to make things as general knowledge as possible and not make things super duper difficult to where no one could answer them.
Right. Very good stuff by all three as we get ready for our intermission. Score stand: Josh 5,000, Matthew 2,300, Emmanuel, you are even at 0.
Woohoo!
Damn.
I will say this in my own defense. That Yoda graphic has been in there for 2 years. I was waiting. All right? Y'all get off my case. I didn't load a goddamn thing. That shit was there for the taking. And I love that it was Mansfield that did it.
I know you did.
And I was waiting for you to ask that last question about Portman, because I was going to play Natalie's clip, but we didn't have time. I didn't want to interrupt the flow of the show.
Accurate.
But on behalf of Natalie, what the fuck? Oh, anyway, she is not a Padme fan or a Natalie Portman fan. So.
Boy. See, to be fair on that one, my screen started freezing up a bit.
I was noticing that too. I thought it was just me, so I'm glad it wasn't just me. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna go to commercial.
Yes. Producer man, if you can run the most recent watch-along trailer that has been uploaded in there.
Oh, we got the new one?
We got the new one.
We got the new one because WWE done laid a bomb on us this morning at Saturday Night for the Kentucky Derby. Here's what's coming up across the multiverse, including Las Vegas.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
All the wrestling, 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 all the professional wrestling. Damn it!
And now for the category double Jeopardy. And he's screwed your ears off.
The board is already loaded and generated with the dollar amount, so I will read things off to you guys before we get going.
Very good.
If
Thank you, good
can.
sir.
So for Double Jeopardy, we have the Sith, parodies, which are about things that kind of make fun of Star Wars. Part of the cast, we're going to give you a character name, and you have to tell us who plays the character. The Mandalorian, George Lucas, an entire category about the man who created in his other works, and then animated Outside the Galaxy. So very much along the same lines as Outside the Galaxy, except we're going to be focusing on voice roles that these people have done, and you have to tell us the actor behind the voices. Emmanuel, you have the lowest score with a big fat whopping 0. You get to start us off.
Parodies for 200.
Parodies for 200. This 3-word phrase of Admiral Akbar's proved humorous enough to provide the title for Family Guy's version of Return of the Jedi. Matthew, barely.
What is It's a Trap?
Correct.
Parodies for 1,000.
Wow, okay, jumping straight to the big guns. Parodies for 1,000. This title, used for Family Guy's take of A New Hope, was actually the working title for what would eventually become Revenge of the Jedi before it was ultimately changed to Return of the Jedi. Josh.
What is Blue Harvest?
Correct.
Give me the Sith for 1,000.
Ooh. Okay, Sith for 1,000. This Sith Lord was so powerful and wise that he had mastered the dark side of the Force to such an extent that he could cheat death and create life. Josh.
Who is Darth Plagueis the Wise?
Correct.
Give me the Sith for 800.
Okay, Sith for 800. This Sith apprentice is, in reality, a fallen Jedi who was trained in the ways of the Force by Master Yoda and was in turn the master to an apprentice named Qui-Gon Jinn. Josh, barely.
Who is Count Dooku Darth Tyrannus?
Correct.
The Sith for 600.
Sith for 600. This Sith warrior was abducted as a child and trained in the ways of the Force by his master. His skills are so proficient that he took on 2 Jedis at once in an epic battle during the climax of Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. Matthew, barely.
Who is Darth Maul?
Correct.
Parodies for 800.
Parodies for 800. The Daily Double. Noah, how much does Matthew have so that he can know how much he can wager?
The 1,000 and that 600. He is up to 3,900.
3,900. How much would you like to wager, Matthew?
Let's do 3,900.
Ooh, going all in on the Daily Double.
True Daily Double. Good luck.
This Weird Al Yankovic song, his first Star Wars spoof, was a parody of this song originally performed by the Kinks.
Is it Yoda? What is Yoda?
That was Weird Al's parody. What was the original called?
Lola.
Correct.
What is Lola?
Correct. Matthew doubled his money and still has control of the board.
Let's do The Mandalorian for 1,000.
The Mandalorian for 1,000. In Chapter 16, The Rescue, this former aide of Jabba the Hutt is revealed to have taken over Jabba's palace before he is subsequently killed by his former ally, Boba Fett? Josh, barely.
Who is Bib Fortuna?
Correct.
Give me the Mandalorian for 800.
The Mandalorian for 800. This character, who has appeared in only 3 episodes to date, is a part of the Night Owls and is portrayed by a boss who has morphed into a CEO. Emmanuel, barely.
Where's Mercedes Monet?
The character.
Oh, the character. Oh, no, my bad.
Josh.
Who is Cosca Reeves?
Correct.
Give me the Mandalorian for 600.
Mandalorian for 600. This actress, who portrays Fennec Shand, has a distinction that no other actress possesses. She has portrayed characters in the Marvel Cinematic Universe and the DC Animated Universe, and has also portrayed a popular video game character as well as a Disney princess. Josh.
Who is Wing? Trying to remember her first name.
Time's up. Anybody else? Matthew.
Who is my wing? My Wen Ying.
That is incorrect.
Or, I butchered her name.
You're close, but unfortunately the name, you're incorrect. Emmanuel, do you care to take a stab at it? No. Who is Ming Na Wen?
I knew that. I got tongue-tied.
Okay, so that was Josh that just picked that, right? You
Yeah.
still have control of the board? Go ahead, Josh.
Mandalorian for 400, please.
Mandalorian for 400. Portrayed by the late Carl Weathers, this character, who is the leader of the Bounty Hunters Guild, gives the Mandalorian the assignment which led him to the child. Josh.
Who is Grief Karga?
Correct.
Give me the Sith for 400.
The Sith for 400. This Sith Lord orchestrated the invasion of his home planet as part of a ploy to gain sympathy in the Senate so that he could become the Supreme Chancellor. Matthew, barely.
Who is Sheev Palpatine?
Correct.
Let's do outside of animation for 1,000.
Animated outside of the galaxy for 1,000, Noah. Another more recent addition to the galaxy, having made her first appearance in 2017. This actress has gone on to portray Dawn Betterman in the Croods franchise, as well as the titular character in Raya and the Last Dragon. Nobody. Who is Kelly Marie Tran? Matthew?
Let's do Mandalorian for 200.
Mandalorian for 200 to clear out that category. Originally referred to in the series as the Child, this 50-year-old infant is the companion of the Mandalorian. Matthew.
Who is Grogu?
Correct. And yes, we would have accepted Baby Yoda as an answer as well.
Let's
Go
do
ahead,
parody.
Matthew.
Let's do parodies for 600.
Parodies for 600. This film, from the mind of Mel Brooks, contains such parody characters as Barf, Lone Star, Pizza the Hut, and Yogurt. Matthew.
What is Spaceballs?
Correct.
Keep firing.
Parodies for 400.
Parodies for 400, closing out that category. This song by the master of parody, Weird Al Yankovic, provides a detailed synopsis of the events that transpired during the Phantom Menace. Matthew.
What is The Saga Begins?
Correct.
The Sith for 200.
Sith for 200, closing out that category. Arguably the most famous of all the Sith Lords, this is the alter ego of the fallen Jedi, formerly known as Anakin Skywalker. Emmanuel.
Where's Darth Vader?
Correct.
Part of the cast for 200.
Now remember, we're giving you a character. You have to give us the actor. Part of the cast for 200. Count Dooku. Josh.
Who is Sir Christopher Lee?
Correct.
Part of the cast 1,000.
Part of the cast for 1,000. Damn. Lor San Tekka.
Boop, boop, boop.
Anybody else want to take a stab at it? Emmanuel says no. Matthew?
I'm actually not familiar with that name, or I probably will be.
Who is Max von Sydow?
Same category for 8.
Part of the cast for 800. Sabe. Matthew.
Keira Knightley.
Form of a question?
Who is Keira Knightley? Sorry.
Correct.
Part of the cast 600.
Timon Snap Wexley. Bueller? Bueller? Nobody?
I can picture him. I just can't think of his name.
Boop, boop, boop. Who is Greg Grunberg?
That was it.
I don't even know that character.
He's from the newer trilogy. He's in 7 and 9, the two that J.J. Abrams did.
He's also
Okay.
a major character in the first books of the new verse.
If you ever watched Heroes, it's the actor that plays Matt Parkman. He's shaking his head. No, okay.
I'll take part of the cast 400.
All right, to wrap up that category. Bail Organa. Josh.
Who is
Boop, boop, boop.
Jimmy?
Matthew.
Who is Jimmy Smith?
Correct.
I have a first name. Last name got me.
George Lucas for 200.
George Lucas for 200. After seeing an unsold pilot entitled Love and Happy Days, Lucas cast Ron Howard in this film, which is arguably his best known film outside of Star Wars. Emmanuel.
Was an American Graffiti?
Correct. American Graffiti.
400?
Which category, sir?
George Lucas. No.
Okay, George Lucas for 400. This fantasy film from the mind of George Lucas and Jim Henson features rock icon David Bowie as Jareth, the Goblin King. Matthew.
What is Labyrinth?
Correct.
The man with the power.
And keep in mind, folks, there is still one more daily double on the board
George
here out
Lucas
of these 7 categories.
George Lucas for 600.
George Lucas for 600. This film from Lucas, which was the first theatrical Marvel film since the 1944 Captain America serials, is considered to be one of the worst movies ever made. Matthew.
What is Howard the Duck?
Correct.
Lucas for 800.
George Lucas for 800. This Lucasfilm production is part grim fairy tale and part Star Wars in its design, as an aspiring magician teams up with a warrior to protect a young baby princess from an evil queen? Matthew.
What is Willow?
Correct.
One of my all-time favorite movies.
Same.
George
How
Lucas
I first
for 1,000.
discovered Val Kilmer.
Same.
Go ahead.
Underrated movie.
Say it
George
again,
Lucas
Matthew.
Lucas for 1,000.
Lucas for 1,000. Wrapping up that category. This film, which is the first to be written and directed by George Lucas, is an expanded version of his USC student film. Josh.
Was THX 1138?
Correct.
Yes.
Got one category left, animated outside of the galaxy. It's just a matter of which dollar amount you choose.
800.
800. After being introduced to the galaxy in 2015, this actor has now gone on to provide the voice for the 2099 version of Spider-Man in Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse, as well as providing the voice for Gomez Addams in the 2019 and 2021 Addams Family films. Boop, boop, boop. Who is Oscar Isaac?
I don't remember. Wait. Oh yeah, he was in the end credit of the first one. That's what threw me off.
600.
Animated outside of the galaxy for 600. Recently lending his voice to Paws of Fury, The Legend of Hank, this BMF has also provided the voice of Jin Rummy on The Boondocks and the superhero Frozone in The Incredibles. Damn, that was close for all three of y'all. Judges, let me see here. The judges say Josh.
Who is Samuel L. Jackson, mother effer?
Correct. 200 or 400? 400. Our other daily double.
Knew it.
Noah, good sir, how much does Josh have to wager on this daily double?
9,800.
Jesus.
So
How much are we going for, Mansfield?
well, if I may ask, what's Matthew's total?
12,000.
Okay.
Wait, Matthew's at 12,000?
Yes.
Yep.
Mhm.
Oh, fuck.
But also, Josh, keep in mind you don't want to bet too much because you still have Final Jeopardy just a couple of questions away. But you also want to try to bet enough that you can take the lead here.
How much do I have to bet to take the lead?
Well, I mean, since he's asking for map, 2,200 will tie you.
So 2,300 would give you the lead.
The numbers.
You know what? Do it. 2,300.
All right. So for $2,300, here is the clue. This actor, who portrayed the minor character of Major Bryn Derlin in The Empire Strikes Back, is best known for his work outside of the galaxy as the voice of the Pixar characters Ham, P.T. Flea, The Underminer, Mac, and others.
Should have just gone for 400 because I don't know.
You still got a couple seconds here, Josh. Think. Boop, boop, boop. Who is John Ratzenberger?
Never heard of him.
But I know you've seen those movies, so you know his voice. You've seen Toy Story. You've seen Cars. You've seen The Incredibles. You've probably seen The Bug's Life.
Josh
He is literally in every Pixar movie.
Okay.
People joke and call him the Pixar whore because he's
also
in every Pixar movie.
He's also one half of the greatest duo from Cheers.
Yes,
Fair
he's
enough.
Cliff on Cheers.
on Cheers, he's in the Superman movie. He's like John's been in every damn thing. Okay, first thing on Mike Night, you're getting a massive meme video thing, Josh. God damn.
What else is new? Let's finish up the damn category.
All right, animated outside of the galaxy for 200. Our final clue of the round is, although best known outside of the franchise as the voice behind the Joker, this actor has also provided the voice for such villainous characters as Skeletor, Solomon Grundy, and Hobgoblin. Emmanuel.
Who is Mark Hamill? Did I say it wrong?
Say it one more time.
Who is Mark Hamill?
Mark Hamill is incorrect. Josh.
Who is Mark Hamill?
Correct.
Okay.
And that is going to wrap things up for the double Jeopardy round. Yay!
Yay.
Let's go ahead and bring our judges and producer man back on screen here so that we can have Noah give everybody their dollar totals to think of. Make sure you guys have your dry erase board or pen and marker so that you can write down your wager for the final Jeopardy category before we throw to our next commercial. Final Jeopardy category is The Chosen One. And no, it's not about Jeff Jarrett. Jeff Jarrett isn't in Star Wars.
Don't start with me, Jeff. Don't you start with me, Mr. Trebek. That being said, Emmanuel is still alive. He has 200. Matthew has 12,000. Josh has 7,700. So good luck, players.
So anything is possible as far as Josh and Matthew go. Emmanuel technically still in it. If both Josh and Matthew go for broke, he could technically still win this thing.
Absolutely.
So how confident do you feel about the Chosen One in the Star Wars saga? And if I have to tell you who the Chosen One is, you guys probably shouldn't be on the damn game.
As they write down their wagers, do we want to throw the commercial or do we want to bring up the clue?
No. We'll throw to a commercial real quick as they write down their wages. Jeff, why don't you go ahead and hit people with that watch-along trailer one more again? Just because it's brand new and it's all purdy-like. And it's got mania shit.
Missed the pre-show of the legendary Kentucky Derby today, and if you did, so did I. Here's what's coming up across the multiverse, going all the way into April 2025.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
All the wrestling, still unannounced wrestling, and all the professional wrestling. Damn it!
God, I love that.
All right, gentlemen. So here we go with Final Jeopardy. Once again, the category is The Chosen One. Noah, reveal the clue, please.
Bring it on.
Prior to 2015 and the release of Episode 7, The Force Awakens, most fans would say that the 6-film saga was about the rise, the fall, and the redemption of Anakin Skywalker. Name 3 of the 5 men who portrayed either Anakin Skywalker or Darth Vader. Time begins now.
Do 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 Do-do-do-do-do-do. I don't know anymore.
No, keep going. They're not copyright, but
Oh,
you
me
know,
so much
it's
for that.
just one of those things.
No, it's like I want to try.
I hate the fact that music is copyrighted. I mean, seriously, this is the greatest thing I've ever put
Well,
together.
but it's one of those like I'm doing a parody of it, and I'm not sounding near as good as the composers, so we won't get we can get away with it. It's okay.
I mean, you probably play a piano or a saxophone.
Question.
Yes, Josh.
Okay, are we allowed to put more than 3?
If you want to put more than 3, you can.
It's not going to get you any bonus points if you name more than 3, though.
Yes.
For the record.
All right. Pens down as the time has run out. Emmanuel, you were the lowest wager. What is your answer to the final Jeopardy question?
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for having me.
I did not do my
homework. At least he's honest. How much did you wager?
0.
There you go.
I did my homework. I just has a lot of information. So
That could still end up being beneficial because Emmanuel still has 200 points. Josh, you were the next lowest. What answers did you get?
I know I accidentally put 1 wrong, so that's why I kind of put a 4th.
You still got no. That is incorrect.
Yeah, he's only got 2 correct there.
Yes.
Well, the last one is voiced in Clone Wars.
Let me confirm that. Hang on.
Okay, we've been going by the theatrical released movies though, Josh, the entire time. So
Oh.
Yeah, I think that one's gonna cost you, man. I think you got that wrong.
Yeah. Oh well.
You were close on the third one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I realized it like
but not
at
quite.
the second I did it.
It's okay. So
okay.
you are
I'm
down
sorry.
to 0, unfortunately. So Emmanuel has now jumped into second place. We now go to Matthew.
All right, my
Does
handwriting's
Matthew have
terrible.
the correct answers.
Hayden Christensen, Jake Lloyd, and David Prowler.
David Prowler is incorrect.
Isn't that
You're on the right track, but that is incorrect.
How much did he wager there?
He wagered
12,000.
everything.
He wagered everything.
Holy shit!
Hold on. The name you were looking for, Matthew, was David Prowse, not Prowler.
Oh my god.
So somehow, some way, Emmanuel is your winner.
Wow.
Yeah, the one
Because
that
I
Josh is
accidentally-
looking for the people at home, the answers are Jake Lloyd played Anakin in The Phantom Menace. Hayden Christensen played Anakin / Darth Vader in Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. David Prowse was the man underneath the costume for episodes 4, 5, and 6. James Earl Jones, which I'm surprised nobody put, was the voice of Darth Vader for 4, 5, and 6. And Sebastian Shaw was the man once the helmet was taken off Return to the Jedi and the original Force Ghost, which was then later replaced by Hayden Christensen's Force Ghost.
I
I got
knew it the
greedy.
second I put when you said pens down, I'm like, wait, fuck.
I'm surprised nobody put James Earl Jones. That thoroughly fell out of me.
I could have get
All
J.
right.
Tom Jones, but I still would have gotten wrong. The rest, because
You
that's
got it wrong because you would have only had 1 out of 3.
yeah,
But
exactly.
you might have seen that would have been like, so how did I not put that?
I got greedy.
Fair enough.
Everybody in the room, by God.
Yep.
Man, that was a hell of a game.
was fun.
Congratulations, Emmanuel, for surviving.
Right?
Somehow, some way, he went the smart route and bet 0, and he just managed to squeak it out.
Through sheer dumb luck.
Congratulations, Emmanuel. You're tonight's game show champion.
In the words
So-
of Professor McGonagall, through sheer dumb luck.
So again, first to the contestants, as well as the chat room, What did you guys think? First, y'all were saying that the original Jeopardy round questions were a little bit too easy. Did Double Jeopardy make up for it there?
Yeah.
Fuck
yeah.
you, JJ.
All in all, good questions, good categories. Let me know, contestants. I'm going to come to the judges next. I appreciate the round of applause, Meech. But going to the contestants first.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're about to say goodbye to them for the evening. So
that's valid. That's valid.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
Josh?
I will say moving it to things not in the Star Wars universe made it difficult. I mean, if you would have put Clone Wars or Rebels trivia up there, or like Ahsoka or any of the other shows, yeah, I still would have. I would have smoked them still.
Well, in all fairness, I've never seen the animated series.
I find your lack of knowledge disturbing.
You know what? I'm not the one that tanked on Frank Oz, okay? You can kiss my ass.
Yeah, this is the wrong room to tank on Frank Oz, brother. Just saying.
Especially since every single one of us has been exposed to Frank Oz in some way, shape, or form over the years. Whether you grew up on Sesame Street, you watched The Muppet Show, you've seen the movies that he's directed, you've seen any of his live-action cameos, like things like the Blues Brothers. Yeah. Every single one of us has been exposed to Frank Oz in some way, shape, or form over the years.
And even if you don't know the name, that's fine. The one that gets me with Josh is Ratzenberger.
Yeah, for real.
Like you are
Ratzenberger.
Yeah, you are of the age where you should know that name like it's scripture, okay? Seriously. Like he's been in every Pixar movie. He is Ham the Pig in Toy Story.
Okay, I haven't seen those movies in years. And so I don't know the name. Like I never paid attention, except for with Toy Story, just Tim Allen and yes.
If I may.
Yes.
In the immortal words of somebody that some of us like and some of us don't, you knew what you were getting into. So next time you come to something like this, go do your homework, bro.
Oh, fuck that jabroni piece of shit.
Nope.
All right.
Anyway, that's just one.
Matthew, you enjoyed it, you said?
Yeah, I did. I'm glad. I'm glad I finally got to be on an open mic night in some form. I hope I actually can be on an actual show in the future.
Glad to have you.
Yes.
But, yeah, it was.
Damn it, Emmanuel.
And then Emmanuel, before we get to the super chats, including the one that you just put in there.
Sorry.
You enjoyed the show, the game, the questions and everything?
Well, yeah, I really like the questions. Like they're being to it. I mean, they're faster. I'll win it. It was a struggle, but somehow, some way, with TMI. 1, 2, 3.
JJ, can I just throw my credit flag?
Hold on.
There are so many people talking right now. Wait a minute.
Hold on.
What the fuck?
Thank you.
Thank you.
On a serious tip, Emmanuel, without trying to be funny.
Okay.
Show was good. Questions were good and everything. You enjoyed yourself?
Yeah.
I did not press that.
Okay. On seriousness, it was great questions. I was getting beat, but I knew some of the answers. Don't worry. Like I knew some of the answers just was getting beat by the motions.
All he needed was to stay alive, and he did.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go ahead and let's get to these couple of super chats that came in. First from Walter, Rage of Wrestling. Emmanuel said his prayers today, which Darren G added, and he took his vitamins.
Yeah.
And then Emmanuel with his own super chat. That Emmanuel is a great champ. How are you so smart?
Well, let me tell you something, Emmanuel.
Oh, God.
I'm so smart because I study day and night.
Okay. All right. So when he
actually
comes-
did post on, I
Savage
think, on
on
his
vagina on your
Instagram
ass.
story one day that he was watching the movies and doing
He
his
did.
homework. Like I
He
saw
did.
the reel.
yes.
So I commend him actually for doing that.
All right. I'm going to make an executive decision as head of the channel, head of the network, multiverse, whatever. When he comes in to unify with Greg in September, his theme song is "I Will Survive" by Donna Summer. God damn it! I'm just saying.
If we don't mind the copyright ping, that's fine.
Well,
I'll sing
I
it.
can.
I'll sing it.
Well, no, because you know what? Well, I mean, you can survive it if you sing it if you want to. I actually had the LA Dolls singing it from the other night, so there you go. I'll play that. Anyway, Josh.
This has been Jeopardy, a Jeff Bishop Network production.
Good
Look at my eyes,
Okay.
Emmanuel.
Before we get into open, before we get into open mic night, I'm going to remind everybody. Yeah. Please clip that, James. Everybody watching out there in the social ether over here, and everybody that's about to come in here and join this. Remember, JJ's had weather issues going back to Backlash this morning, so his lag may be a real thing. Please let Mr. Williams talk before we get into Shizit. Before we jump over the man.
I think everything is cleared up right now. Jeff, as soon as you hear me stop talking, reply to me.
Reply to me. Okay.
There you go. Noah, as soon as you hear me stop talking, say something.
Something!
So we're pretty good here. Okay.
But just in case.
Yes, just in case things start acting up, but it looks like things have tamed down from this morning. So
yeah.
All right.
Man.
Well, Mansfield, Matthew, Emmanuel, thank you guys for joining us for another open mic night game night. We do appreciate y'all. Emmanuel, of course, you will be coming back for Haunted Hangman towards the end of September in order to unify championships with Greg Cherry. I see you had your hand up. Do you have a question before we send you guys on your way?
Yeah, just a note vote for Greg on behalf of him. I kept your title, baby. This is for you, Greg.
That's fair.
Yeah, there you go.
That's fair.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to move you guys real quick. Thank you guys again for coming.
Whew. That worked out incredibly. I loved producing this.
That was fun as hell.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. All right. So we are going to now throw to our standard, if you want to call it traditional or standard, because it's 5 minutes of debauchery and mayhem, if we're being honest. Our opening. Anything else we want to say before we throw, JJ?
Yeah, but just before we throw and get into the normal shenanigans, what did you guys think? The questions, were they too hard, too easy? But talk to me, because I took a lot of pride in coming up with these.
So go ahead, because you're more knowledgeable, because I will say this, because I'm just going to keep it short, sweet, and simple. I'm happy to produce. You followed the flow of Jeopardy to perfection, including the flow of reading your questions. Masterful work, host Renegade Trebek. As far as the content, again, when I was once a wee lad, I did understand some of that stuff, including Frank Oz. I knew that because I know the story.
Thank you. The fact that no one knew it, it's like, come on, that says everything.
Although I did pop when Josh got the Samuel Jackson question correct about Frozone from The Incredibles. I did know that too. So very good stuff, very fair content. And some of that stuff kind of surprised me. And again, just overall, great job in what you created. I was happy to produce it.
And you did a masterful job on the layout and everything. Yes. Again, your PowerPoint presentation, second to none. Mr. Producer Man, Jeffrey Gilbert here.
Oh, shit, I got to change it. That's right. Thank you.
We both have to change ours before we come back live. What did you think?
Well, first of all, Emmanuel won with 0 cash winning, so good on him for that. Wow, that was some stupid ass shit, but I love it. So the ones you had read me on off air, like when you were formulating the board, like I am proud as hell of Josh, and I'll tell him that, on the air in front of public. Getting IG88, I knew he would get it, but I was surprised more than one hand went up. That was pretty cool. Because IG88 is kind of like a rare thing. Josh, since you're listening, I only knew the name of that droid because of the Kenner toy. Like for real. That's the only reason I knew that. So, but getting the actual name of the destroyer droid from the Phantom Menace, that was good. Content was great, Jay. Double Jeopardy kicked my ass. I'm sitting there going, shit. I am a poor Disney employee because I have not immersed into the Force like I should be, by God. But now that I'm going back on the 24th to a different fandom, I will be definitely over in Galaxy Edge for that day because I'm gonna enjoy myself going with who I'm going with. But I love this. I want the Jeopardy format to be a regular thing at least once a year for one of our game nights, like whatever trivia we can come up with.
We can do that. I mean, we can also do like VH1 had Rock and Roll Jeopardy.
There you go.
We can do that one time. We can definitely make Jeopardy a regular thing, but it just worked out so perfectly with May the 4th and everything else to just do Star Wars trivia, between 11 theatrical movies, 2 Ewok movies, the holiday special, which is what it is, countless cartoons and Disney Plus series. It's like there was just so much content out there that I could probably tap a Star Wars nerd even bigger than myself, and we could come up with a whole other game of questions from the stuff that I am not knowledgeable about.
Well, May 4th next year is a Sunday. And we were figuring that would be WrestleMania Sunday, but it's not going to be now. Although I was going to say, although a 420 based Jeopardy just sounds too goddamn good to pass up, but we'll think on that one.
Except we're going to be a little bit busy, especially if the majority of the multiverse can get out there. We're not even going to be, if we can make this shit legit, Jeff, and we'll get more in depth into this once we kick over to full-time open mic night.
Sure.
We may not be able to do a fucking watch along if the entire staff is out there with us.
Say Vegas is a pretty easy place to get into. You can find places to stay for dirt ass cheap. So this might be a multiverse-wide trip.
If we get Noah and James out there, like, dude, the entire commentary team is going to be in Vegas.
Dude,
there's not going to be anybody to host the watch along.
Me in Vegas on a WrestleMania weekend during Easter Sunday. God help me.
Dude, this is the time we need to apply Aaron's policy of doing Airbnb when they travel, because we can get a lot of us into one place. Holy fuck, we'll shut the town down.
Oh no, it'll turn into its own reality show.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ooh.
Okay.
Before we get going.
Bunch.
Oh no. No.
That's the way we became the Meacham Bunch.
Mental scars. But seriously, going back to game shows real quick. I think you found your big four. Match game, Jeopardy, Haunted Hangman, Saturday Skirmish. If that becomes an annual annual like quarterly thing, us going forward, I think we have established a new tradition here for open game.
I'm here for that. We'll definitely talk more on it.
All right, Noah, I know you worked hard to do your credits for the Jeopardy game. If we want to give that screen a solo shot so he can do his credits. And then producer man, as soon as those are done running, go ahead and hit the open mic night intro video.
We'll do it, folks. See you momentarily.
Yeah, about to say, get ready for all sorts of continued Saturday Night Shenanigans. You thought that this Saturday was already crazy? We may have gotten through the 4th. You're on the East Coast. May the 4th have been with you. Now may the 5th be with all of us, because I don't know what to expect. So
Revenge of the 5th, no. Revenge of the 5th.
Revenge of the 5th? That's a thing?
Oh, it is.
Oh, God bless it.
Yes.
All right. Well, I don't know if it's going to run. So if we just want to, stop the freaking, to bantering, let's just go ahead and get right into open mic night.
Oh, do you know how the credits for Jeopardy?
I think I do. Give me a second. Okay. Try to make these run. It's probably takes a moment to intro itself. So we'll just go ahead and shoot the breeze. Again, folks, if you enjoy open game night and you wish to be a contestant on a future edition of Jeopardy, Match Game, Saturday Night Skirmish, and possibly Haunted Hangman, reach out and support the Jeopardy Network Multiverse Media. Super chat your friends here at Casting Aging Studios, Jeff Meacham Network, Greg Cherry Brand, and support our newest affiliate trying to be monetized at Attila, where it's wrestling time. Again, this has been Jeopardy, a Jeff Meacham Network production, and we are happy to bring you this alternative form of non-sports entertainment. And again, at this point, I don't know what we're doing. I mean, I'm ready to freaking move on because my brain hurts. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna play. All right, we're good. We're done. I think we're done.
Okay. All right, folks, stand by for open mic night. May God help us all. Here we go.
Yeah, we're live.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Yeah, who wants to go first?
well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, J.J. Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the He-Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies! There you go! It sells
God.
Get in there!
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ, give it time.
Now, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Light. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no
longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen!
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
that's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
Oh my God! Go there. How to do the friggin' football thing? We had it on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. Then just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant! Bloody brilliant!
We're here.
Greetings and salutations, everybody, and welcome to tonight's official open mic night festivities. Of course, the Renegade of Wrestling is back to normal. Renegade Trebek has left for the year. Maybe he will be resurrected come next year if we do another Jeopardy-style trivia here on open mic night. But we hope you guys enjoyed those shenanigans, and now we have our normal Saturday Night Shenanigans to engage in. First and foremost, coming back in, he was Johnny Gilbert to my Alex Trebek earlier on this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, the man whose name is right there on the marquee, the man, the myth, the legend, the West Coast professor himself, Jeff Mother effing Meacham.
What is up, everybody? I hope you guys did not only tune in just for this, because you missed a hell of an hour plus of Jeopardy Star Wars related shenanigans, and my God, did we have fun. As was made public knowledge during our Backlash watch along and during my recap, blue milk in the house. So if you got your blue milk at home, kids, make sure it's ready and poured out. I know somebody else had his blue milk, so we'll make sure we let him go get it, and we'll bring him in last because I know that he didn't have it. But cheers, brother. Happy, may the force be with you, sir.
May the force be with you as well.
Yes. Or if you want to.
And even though I have ditched my Chewbacca shirt, I still have the greatest shirt for the evening. You know why?
I know why, but you can tell.
You know why?
I do know why.
Why?
Because Gino told you so.
Damn right.
That's right. Love our boy Gino. Shout out. But yes, it has been it's been a much better May the 4th this year than it was last year. If y'all remember what happened to me last year on May 4th. So
I was going to say that it's not hard to be a better May the 4th than last year.
Yeah, being in a car accident 5 minutes away from the house on the way to Disney, by the way, to play it on May 4th. So yeah, much better May 4th this year. And next year it's a Sunday. I may just go down to the park and play on a Sunday.
There you go.
We shall see.
Well, let's go ahead and begin to bring in the rest of the gang of misfits.
Yes,
first up, the man who ran the production truck and created the tremendous PowerPoint presentation for our Jeopardy board, the voice of the multiverse, the simple man Noah Foster. Welcome to the planet of Hoth, good sir. How are you this evening?
Oh, I got so cold in here.
I'm exhausted.
That just showed up.
I'm exhausted mentally and physically with how much work I've been doing this past week alone, in and out of PowerPoints and computers.
Right.
But that was a hell of a lot of fun to produce and seeing the flow of that, and everything went extremely well. And it was probably running during our friggin' chatter, so no one watches.
Oh, okay, okay, that's why.
That's fair.
I can make new credits for I can make new credits next year. No big deal. Maybe we should have like a credit slide. We're just all talking nonsense in the background during open mic night, and then have our freaking theme playing in the end.
Right, there you go. Let's just give James more work to do, considering our new signature and our new open mic night intro.
Yeah, make him create a freaking ending credit roll with the open mic night theme while we're talking over it. It's like a giant freaking MP4, and then you freaking have the copyright Jeopardy Network. You're here, so You know,
Jeopardy
it's for the
production
mark.
bloopers in the credits, just like a sitcom. That'd be fun.
Yeah,
There
right.
you go.
But that was
Well-
a hell of a lot of fun, and I really enjoyed doing that. I love producing game shows for Powerpoint.
Absolutely, man. Hell yeah.
I was
dude.
gonna say, man, you know, the open mic night karaoke nights are definitely more of my wheelhouse, even of Jeff's wheelhouse, because of the embarrassment we're willing to put ourselves through.
Accurate.
Game show nights are all you, brother.
Oh yeah. Oh
Like,
yeah.
You may be the target of the pain for the karaoke nights.
Yes.
Because of the way you present yourself on some of the shows, but
Yes.
you truly are the star of the game show nights, good sir. Your presentations and your PowerPoints, we would not be able to execute like 95% of the games that we do without you and what you do. I think
I'll
the
tell you-
only one I actually came up with was the Haunted Hangman. And
Right.
coming up with the Adam Page bits to do. So
It's
every
tremendous.
other game show we have ever done has all been Noah, though. So
I will tell you what, Jay, when Warrior got inducted in the Hall of Fame in 2014 and talked about the Jimmy Miranda Award, which became the Warrior Order, he would talk about people behind the scenes getting their just due. Dude, he is like the Warrior Award wing when it comes to the game show nights and being our voice, dude. You are for fucking real, dude, the MVP of this multiverse.
yeah.
And I can't say that enough.
Yes.
Cheers with this ridiculously rushed here blue milk to you, sir.
Yes.
I spit to my
We'll
mouth.
go ahead and we'll bring in the last of the core four now, the man who is already bombarded with work and production, and we've just now given him another thing he has to do.
Yeah, another,
The
fine.
man who is always able to come in and pinch hit in a clinch for us when production is needed. The Heeb man, James Hebert, is in the house.
Are you trying?
Haircut.
Are you trying to kill me?
Yes.
Why? David.
Why?
I'm trying my
Why?
best. Yes, new haircut. I've had this haircut. Yay.
You're looking clean, brother. You're looking good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And this time I actually was able to keep my beard this time and not have the whole
Hey,
beard
that's okay.
So there you go.
It's okay. We got a clean sheet of Renegade. I botched my shaved head, which is why I'm wearing the hat at all times now. I sleep in this motherfucker now. And
Jesus.
ugly thing. And then we got you with the clean cut. And Noah's always looking just dapper as hell. He is our dapper yapper.
Yeah.
It is true. He yaps and daps. Dapper with a that's true.
Well, no,
That's
James
right.
is the dabber yapper, but yeah, that's a whole other story. Yeah.
Oh, for love of Pete.
All right. Moving on. Before we bring in the rest of our panel, I know some of you are in the one went away. I was gonna say we got 66 viewers, order 66, but I'm disappeared to go to 65. You asshole, you killed my gimmick. Whoever that was.
Whoever that, fuck you, yeah.
you go hell and you die.
He did that on purpose. You know he did.
He did. He totally did. He saw the number.
But anyways,
bastard.
The next person we're gonna bring in was one of our contestants earlier. He
Yes.
is a regular here on the show, and he did run to get his blue milk 66.
Yes.
Let us bring in the Meltzer of the multiverse, Josh Mansfield.
Howdy, howdy.
Raise my blue milk to you, Mansfield. You did a good job with answering the questions earlier, good sir. When you first said that you wanted to sign up for Star Wars trivia, that Star Wars was your shit, I figured, I was like, okay, he knows some shit, but he's not going to know everything. Impressed me you did, good sir, despite your failure on the Frank Oz question and the John Ratzenberger question. Impressed me you did.
I will say, he has a bitch about Final Jeopardy. I think he does. So we will definitely have to try to get him some sort of Clone Wars related something. And maybe I can put in a few calls down to Burbank or Anaheim and see if we can get you a Clone Wars something, sir. Because
I assume we're talking about the Cartoon Network Clone Wars. The one.
no,
that
oh
aired-
God, oh, I'm not sure what channel it was on prior to Disney Plus, but if it was, then I apologize, Cartoon Network, my bad. But
yeah, it was on Cartoon Network before
okay,
Disney bought it.
Okay, because I know the 03 version was the freaking 2D or whatever the hell that shit was.
Yeah.
They call it Micro now on Disney Plus. It's the Micro version. But yes, I am talking about the Clone Wars because the Final Jeopardy question, James, was asked about to name 3 of the 5 people that portrayed Anakin Skywalker.
I saw.
Yeah,
the whole
and
shebang.
that Lanter is a valid answer, but as JJ pointed out, we were sticking to live action media, so it kind of. I feel he's got a bitch, but I wasn't hosting, so that was where I. But like I said, dude, I will put in a call on Monday because people I know that are in charge of what I'm gonna try to procure off on Sundays. But I will work on that for you, and I'm going down there in a few weeks. So just be on standby for a possible reimbursement of something Clone Wars related, sir.
By the way, real quick, this what you guys are about to see is my first time actually trying the blue milk. I just opened it.
All
right. Let's see it, bro.
To JJ, to Jeff, and all the ass kissing I have to give you guys tonight, and to Noah, who is going to join Chase U via Super Chat, because I need JJ to be into football for a year, and to James for all you do and putting up with us.
Not gonna happen.
Keep kissing, asshole.
Cheers.
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Firing assholes.
Damn, this is good.
Right?
Well, because I got the True Moo and it's vanilla flavored.
Oh, that's
What we got.
That's what we got. Yeah. Now, have you tried the stuff at the parks?
I've never been to either Disney.
Okay, well, I can't make that happen by the 24th.
I know.
But
my sister was just there in Florida.
Yeah. So. When you get out here to Anaheim, or hell, if you're coming to Mania in Vegas, we'll get you out here in Anaheim as a side trip.
Jeff.
Sir?
Mania weekend next year is Easter weekend.
Yes, that's right. Okay.
So,
hey.
Yeah. No.
Hey, you put in your request a year ahead of time. They can't deny you that, damn it.
That's true.
It's Easter. I'm a sacristan.
Hey. The date of Easter flows. Jesus is still going to be resurrected, whether you're there or not.
Yeah, for real.
Come on now.
Yeah,
and everybody at the church is going to be so stoned they won't notice if you're there or not.
Oh my God! To be fair to Josh, I know I'm also, believe it or not, I was also raised Catholic, kind of. If he's what he is, there's no chance he's going to get that day off. No way.
You just tell him you're sick. Buy the tickets and then call him and tell him you're sick.
Do you want to incur force lightning from the Almighty on this boy on Star Wars Day? Because that's what's going to happen.
Well, dude, I mean, come on. You really want to go here? Hold on. You really want to go here? You really want to go here? Anakin was a virgin's birth. He was conceived by midichlorians. He is freaking Jesus.
Check, please.
JJ?
Easy.
Yeah. On to our Eastern Orthodox brothers and sisters, as Mikey put in, Happy Easter to you. Christos Anesti.
Yes. Speaking of...
That boy's saying goodnight before we can even bring him in here. Bringing in our last panelist.
JJ made the Jesus joke with Anakin. He's already bouncing. He's done. He's like, okay, that's it. I'm out of here.
Now that he is back home from Wally World,
yes,
Stat Boy himself is in the house. Welcome, Stat Boy.
Brother Josh, let me say in response to you, truly is risen. Very good. I'm very impressed you can say it in Greek. Well done. I'm very happy that you acknowledge that. Thank you. And I will also say you did very well. I was surprised. I mean, you were going one right after the other. Boom.
Yeah.
I thought you had it, bro. I really did.
If I would have been just a few seconds quicker on some of them, then I would have. If I wouldn't have missed the one double Jeopardy, I would have won the damn thing.
Hell, had you spelled Sebastian's last name right, you had it.
Yeah.
I know.
Because you put Sebastian Stan Bucky Barnes instead of putting Sebastian Shaw.
And I realized it right after I put my pen down.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the worst.
Completely random, JJ. Didn't Sebastian Stan play Jefferson in Once Upon a Time? Same guy?
Yeah, he was
That's
the
what
Mad
I thought.
Hatter.
Yeah, I was watching Once Upon a Time back, and I'm like, hey, wait a minute. That's Bucky.
Yeah.
Bucky is the Mad Hatter in Once Upon a Time.
That shit writes itself off, that joke. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Anyway.
All right. So we don't have a whole lot of stuff that we're going to discuss this evening as far as like a formal format. That's why there was no run sheet listed. I actually got a call from James earlier talking about,
yes,
I can't find the topics list if it's in there. And it's like, that's because there aren't any.
Yeah. Well, I'm so used to
What does
it.
Noah say? It's got Dick Clark on there, now creating pyramid.
No,
Noah,
you
come
need
back.
to be Andre Chase.
No, you know what though? You know what though? Like I was thinking about bringing back Trivia Challenge for Greg, but I know Greg likes Pyramid, so we can do that one in November instead.
Pyramid.
I'm here for that, dude. Noah, get on that pyramid, dude. By all means, go for it.
Get on that pyramid.
I just created another pyramid for church.
Stop
It's
it,
my
James.
20th one. I love creating this game show.
Oh, okay. You're doing it for church. I thought you were getting the jump on an open mic night game night.
If you want to make it happen, don't think for 1 second I won't try to make it happen.
Hey, you know what? I grew up watching the pyramid. I am down to do some pyramid. Well, we've already got this year booked, but we can definitely make that one of the games for next year.
Yeah, he said.
You gotta do the honor system though. I gotta make sure we do it right now. Come on.
Well, in that case, for today, because of the day it is, do it.
Yes! Real quick, Jeff. I was gonna say it's illegal to sit on a pyramid. What the hell do you think I was gonna say?
You kindly. Goodness gracious.
You know, I almost
Why did you give me that image in my head?
I wasn't talking. Oh, wow.
Matthew, I would love to do pressure luck, but generating a game board that's going to bounce around and everything, that is just too difficult.
PowerPoint, unfortunately. I can do a lot of overlaying, but between, animations, timings, and latency, you just can't have an animated PowerPoint like that constantly going. I just can't.
And then there's going to be too much of a delay when someone says stop to Noah hitting the button to it actually stopping.
Exactly. Damn it.
It could end up screwing us over. Yes, Jeff.
So Mikey had his hand up, but Mikey, I'm going to jump really quick. If we all get together in person in April, we can always pre-record something.
That is true.
Just saying.
And I can edit.
You guys come
We
to Cleveland
definitely need to try to find a way to make us all, at least the core four of us, be able to convene on Vegas next year.
Like I said, my plan was to buy a new computer with the money coming in after May, but Triple H changed my mind during the horse race. So yeah, we're going to Mania one way or the other.
Yes, Mikey, you've been patiently waiting with your hand up. What's up?
I will also critique you, my brother. You did a very good job on the writing. I was impressed, and I'm also inspired because now I want to follow that. I want to do a sports related Jeopardy for Sports Bar now.
Ooh.
Yes.
I'd be happy to help you. Just send me the content. I'll create it.
There it is.
There it is.
What a bad idea.
In the words of Captain Jean-Luc Picard, who is totally not Star Wars and May the 4th, make it so.
That's it.
I have a purpose in life. But like I said,
I say we make that your WrestleMania week theme.
Purpose in life.
I can get it done before WrestleMania.
I'm trying to book ahead of time, dude. I'm trying to get shit in place. You know how I am.
Insert the clip from Jeff.
Working on it.
That's sure, why not? I'm here.
Wait. I'm producer man for this. I'll go to the clip.
Okay, I forgot. My bad. I'll keep hands off.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Mikey!
Anyway.
There it is.
There it is.
I did want to come in and at least congratulate everybody. Want to get a quick May the 4th shout out for everybody. You guys did a great job, but it is past 12:30 and my partner in crime is sound asleep, so I got to keep it quiet. So I love you all. Come to the sports bar on Tuesday. Jeff, I'm sorry, but Boston won tonight. You're not happy about that, but hey,
I get more mad.
There's still another team from Canada that can win the cup.
Okay, but I don't care about the Canadian teams except Toronto because I feel sorry for those poor blue and white bastards.
I gotcha.
The rest of the Canadian teams go fuck themselves.
That way out.
Good night, Mikey. Thanks for popping in.
Fuck's sake, Mikey.
That's it. He tries. We love Mikey. We do love Mikey, and I'm down for the Sports Jeopardy. It's just
that's really good.
It's like we can have a fucking theme for every day of the week because we got something predicting with those two yahoos every other day of that week because there's so many goddamn shows. Tuesday, Mikey ain't got shit to do.
if I may parody Noah, all the Jeff Meacham Network shows.
Damn it.
And Custody
18. What do you mean ain't Custody 18? Don't you dare do the sports entertainment. He produces like damn near almost half of them.
This is accurate.
I'm not going to be producer guy, so I won't find a video. I mean, you can find one there, whatever one you want to throw out in my.
Shut the fuck up, Josh!
Are you a fucking piece of shit?
I thought you were going to do
Ooh, you got him with a twofer.
We got him
with a three, I think.
You got him with a twofer on that one.
Yep, got him with the twofer.
I thought you were a twofer on a Saturday.
The beef.
I heard something teleporting into the command center via the morphin grid. It is Datilla.
What's up, you guys? I heard you guys talking about WrestleMania in on 420 weekend in Las Vegas. That should be a fun weekend.
Dude, it is Easter Sunday, and it's April 20th, and it's Vegas. Those are the three most wrong combinations I've ever heard of in my entire life.
I agree. Bad Triple H, you're on my list for this.
WrestleMania on 420 on the holy day. What the fuck?
In Vegas. In Vegas. Like, what are you doing? This is gonna something disaster could be afoot here.
JJ, I need Greg for the Conan O'Brien dance. We're gonna go to hell. It's gonna be a thing. It's gonna be a thing. We shall not survive this.
No, I already kind of have an idea as to where I'm gonna stay at and stuff. I know that little area, so.
Well, I was saying before you came in that I'm gonna try to go the Rift route and book an Airbnb for the lot of us and just shut that town down. So we'll see how it goes. But anyway, back to our master of ceremonies.
Yes. So it looks like we don't have a whole lot to talk about this week. There hasn't been too much news to really get into, which that's a good thing. You know, not a lot of news can sometimes be a good thing. So we are going to ask the chat if you guys have stuff that you would like us to talk about. Feel free to comment it. If it is a good topic and it does not have a super chat, then we may go ahead and star it and discuss it. However, if you want to guarantee that your topic is discussed, regardless of how good or bad of a topic it is, super chat. It is as simple as that. I do want to quickly, before we get into anything else, and I know Josh's time here is limited, so I would like to discuss Backlash to kind of kick things off, you know, kind of get everybody's thoughts on the program overall. You know, me and Noah were kind of saying at the tail end before I ducked out to go take my daughter home, everybody was kind of commenting on how predictable the show was going to be.
Right.
And we were saying for a while across the different predictions shows, I know it was said on Simply Predicting, I know it was said on the No DQ predictions, predictability isn't always a bad thing.
No.
Damn it.
And today's show, I think, was a prime example of that, because the matches and the outcomes may have been predictable. As Noah has said, everybody in the No DQ forums got 5 points today because everybody picked the same people.
Nice.
But the thing that wasn't predictable, and the thing that I really kind of think elevated the show, was that fucking crowd.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That crowd today was insane.
Yes.
And you kind of knew watching SmackDown last night that they were going to be, like I said, they popped and reacted for everything last night except for the Final Testament. Poor Karrion Kross and crew. That was the only thing that didn't get a reaction.
Yeah, God, Kross and Scarlett.
Everything else did.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh boy, poor Karrion.
From singing along with Voices and Kingdom, every single word to the point where the song would stop and they would continue singing it.
Yep.
It was just moment after moment after moment, I feel. And I made the comparison on commentary today because I know Noah doesn't really actively go out to like concerts and everything. I don't know how many of y'all, I know Jeff's been to some concerts. I don't know the rest of y'all how much you guys go out for concerts and stuff. But every now and again, you'll go to a concert and the artist you're seeing just has got that one song that the crowd completely takes over to where the artist stops singing and just lets the crowd have the moment. And that's really what that France crowd was today. Like I said, especially with Voices in Kingdom.
Yes.
It was that moment. It's like I remember the Garth Brooks Double Live album. And I don't know how many of y'all listen to Garth Brooks on the regular, but on the Unanswered Prayers track, Garth Brooks would start and the entire crowd just took over the song.
Yep.
I've heard it done with Linkin Park. There was a performance that Mike Shinoda did shortly after Chester passed away. And he played in the end on just a piano. And he did the verse, and the crowd just came in with everything else after the first verse. It was so magical.
It was shattering. It really was.
What do we think about Backlash today? The overall show, the predictability of the outcomes of the matches, and just that France crowd in general. Like, I just want to try and get into some of that here. Josh, I'll go ahead and let you go first because, again, I know you want to kind of duck out here shortly. So,
Si, senor. Holy shit. Like, to those of you who go to any shows, here's the thing. We got a lot to fucking live up to. Holy shit, France put every U.S. crowd to fucking shame.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of why the all hail the savior Nick Khan for what he's done in taking every non-Big Four PLE international.
Yeah.
Even if it's Canada or whatever, these international crowds, because they crave this. This is the first French crowd in, I don't have Greg here to help me with the stats on this, or Mikey, in how many years? However many years.
First ever PLE for WWE.
Yeah, that one, Noah said.
well,
And
for a PLE, it's been that long, but they showed footage during the pre-show of the last time they were there. I want to say it was either a year ago or 2 years ago. And the crowd serenading Seth Rollins for like 10 minutes singing his song.
I do remember that. But
so that's within the last couple of years, but that was probably just a European tour, a house show.
Yeah.
Right.
Not even a Raw or a SmackDown.
Exactly. And so that's the first part, is that it sort of is, I'll give you this example. Rock Hogan Mania 18.
Mm-hmm.
Watch that match with it muted. Watch it with the crowd. Holy hobknocker.
What? What the hobknocker?
Sorry,
finish your point. Quiet. No. Finish your point, because then we find out what hobknocker is. But make your point first.
Yeah, no, it's not a good. I just random word popped into my head because brain did an iCarly moment for some reason. And yeah,
shouldn't have answered because now I'm gonna have to. Anyway, go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, no, you're gonna yell at me. So
yep.
So, like, this crowd just made this PLE so much better.
Yes.
And the matches were all great. Yeah, the tag match had a little bit of ref botching, but other than that, this card was pretty much flawless. And I understand now why they kept it to only 5 matches. Granted, most were SmackDown matches, but that way the crowd didn't get worn out by the time the main event happened. And they paced it pretty dang well.
Yeah.
So, but starting it out with making the tag match a street fight made so much sense in the world. And holy crap, it was fun. And then out of nowhere, when we think, oh, someone pulled KO, it's Jacob Fatu. Nope. Tonga Loa. Holy, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That just was a holy Shinsuke moment.
My only beef with them starting the show by making that tag match a street fight, no DQ, is that they immediately followed it with the triple threat, which was also no DQ.
Yeah.
So we had 2 no DQ matches back to back.
I like no DQ anyway.
That was the only issue I had with it. I would have started with, well, I think regardless of how you go, you were probably going to have 2 no DQ matches back to back. But you should have started with the World Heavyweight title, then done the Bayley match, then done the tag match, I feel.
Okay.
Fair enough. But so getting Tonga Loa, that just adds a whole new element to the bloodline. I mean, you have Tonga Loa and Tama Tonga, Gorillas of Destiny, which the fact that this stuff was being brought up by Corey Graves on commentary and everything, holy freaking nuggets. When we get Gorillas of Destiny eventually versus the Usos, oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Haku and his seating placement during the Hall of Fame, yeah, little bit more foreshadowing than we maybe thought. So moving on, the triple threat match, Tiffany looked like a star. She will be champion, if not by the end of the year. She will be women's champion by WrestleMania. But I guarantee she's. If you're going to have a first woman to cash in Money in the Bank at WrestleMania, it should be Tiffany Stratton.
I'm here for Tiffany time in Vegas. I'm here for that.
Who? Well, yeah. Sure. Who isn't? Lucky and Ludwig Kaiser.
True that.
Yeah, I know. Then the world title match was so much fun. Like you guys said, I was hoping Jacob Fatu would come in. But I loved the bit before the match when you saw Solo and the Tonga boys looking at Jay and then Paul just going like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm sorry, help. Just that sort of look to Jay. And Jay sort of even realizing, yeah, you kind of got a tough little thing going on there. And that match was great, and I love seeing the dissension between Judgment Day.
Yep.
And Dom not going over because of his injury, completely fair. So, but JD and Finn were good enough. I would not be surprised to see Finn be the one to take the title off Priest.
Possibly.
Because
if they do it right, yeah.
Because I eventually, once this Bloodline story is over with, I want to see the Tonga boys go with, the OC and AJ, Cody, Michin, and Balor and do a
What's her name? I'm sorry. What's her name?
Michin.
I'm only yelling you once. What's her fucking name?
Mia Yim.
Thank you.
Damn it. I'm the only Meech anything. Nope.
They said Michin.
I know what you said. Meech. Well, I'm the only Meech anything. Nope.
Tell that to Triple H, damn it.
I am not in charge of Triple H when what he says, clearly. Although you could maybe prove I was today at the press conference. Anyway, carry on.
Back on topic.
Yes.
Bad Jeff.
Not yet.
Yeah. Women's tag match. I was watching on, my laptop. I clicked right over to YouTube once I saw the ending just because I wanted to see Jeff's reaction. to that. Because holy flip, that transition into Jaded,
That was slick.
My gosh.
That was slick.
That was, yeah, that right there. That right there. Exactly why I'm saying it, Matthew.
We're gonna have to pick him up with a blotter if the Bullet Club forms in WWE. We're gonna have to like go fly out there to Ohio and pick him up with a fucking blotter. It's gonna be a thing.
Accurate.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I don't own any Bullet Club merch, but it would still be cool. So
you don't yet.
Yeah. Once WWE would make bank on it.
That's fair.
Yes.
Especially if they actually were able to get the okay from New Japan's Bullet Club to go through with this. Now, again, it wouldn't matter what the fuck Tony Khan said.
I was cockeyed a bit, but I forgot you don't buy pro tees because the way they did you dirty the last time you bought from them. So that was my confusion. So
yeah, no, I will never buy from Pro Wrestling Tees again. But I digress.
Yeah.
So then we get the main event, and oh my gosh, the storytelling. Now, I don't know if you guys noticed, and I put it in the comments on the live stream. The gear that AJ Styles was wearing today was replica gear to pay homage to the gear he wore when he defeated the American Dream Dusty Rhodes.
Awesome.
For the NWA World Heavyweight Championship. And
to retain it, yes. To retain it, yes.
To retain the title.
Yes.
The only time they had ever had a match. Holy freak, the absolute storytelling.
Oh, yeah.
And that they just blew the roof off with that match. Like, that was the kind of match Cody needed and the kind of match AJ needed. And the crowd was not silent for anything. Like, I was so much fun. So much fun. You know, the next PLE is Saudi, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Something like that.
Win of the Reign.
And WWE
Memorial
was
Day weekend.
So invested, even though this was a throwaway PLE, as it's typical, Backlash is typically labeled as a throwaway PLE because it's the one after Mania. The matches they advertised for King and Queen of the Ring from Monday Night Raw, holy fucking crap! Ricochet and Dragunov, Sheamus Gunther 3. Like,
when Noah pops for a Raw match, you know it's good shit.
Every match that was labeled, we are getting all of those on free TV. Holy fuck!
Nick Aldis has his work cut out for him.
Right. Yes.
And yeah, Asuka versus Lyra. Like, Io versus The Boat. Natalia.
Yeah, dude.
I am a fan of both. I'm looking forward to that one. I think more than any of them. I really, just because I'm such a fan of Natty's, and Io's been grossly under. I know she's women's champion this year, so what the fuck am I talking about? But I still think she's not had her potential fully tapped yet. Like, it sounded bad out of context, but I was trying to think of a better word and I couldn't. She's not realized her full potential in WWE yet. I really don't think she has. Yeah. And her getting Natty in a tournament match, fuck, finishing school for real. Asuka Lyra also is going to be a solid. Like I said, it's fucking free TV.
Like,
yes,
Triple H is like, oh, you guys want to talk about the post WrestleMania low? Yeah, here's this, bitches.
Yeah. Yep. So, first of all, it clued into me when he said it that the Saudi show is American Memorial Day weekend.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck with that booking? Number one. Number two, you don't know Ratzenberger or fucking Frank Oz, but you can reference iCarly on my show. What the fuck, Josh? Thank you. Now, on to Backlash.
Okay.
And Nickelodeon was my least favorite of Disney Cartoon Network Nickelodeon trope.
You didn't like iCarly?
I did. I was saying between Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, and Disney, Nickelodeon was my least favorite.
It's
Oh,
not that I dislike iCarly, but during the course of our trivia game today, he was unaware of John Ratzenberger, who he's been in every Pixar movie, the Disney kid over here, and didn't know who Frank Oz was, which in this room is like sacrilege, especially with the guy hosting. So.
Okay, I knew who Frank Oz was. I just didn't know those other roles he did.
Oh, then still shame on you. Anyway, so Backlash. I mean, you guys both said it. Oh, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I was trying to say something before I got jumped over.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Before you go on to your thoughts on Backlash, we do have someone else waiting to come into the room who's been oh so patiently waiting.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Reliable.
Hey!
I told him in the private chat I would bring him in when Josh was done. Then Josh seemed to go forever.
Sorry, I didn't see
Given
that.
a 20-minute dissertation about every match.
It's okay. Sorry, I don't have.
I thought this was an episode of Dads on Wrestling and shit. The way he was going in depth on each one of the picks.
Sorry, I gotta go now. Actually, so
well, there you go.
That's why I did it.
There you go.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't have a cool sound effect when I'm late.
Go ahead and do your show, Josh, before you bounce out.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Star Wars nerds and Wookiees of all ages, you can find me, the Jeff Meacham Network's Yoda or Jar Jar Binks, whichever you prefer when it comes to me, on the Twitter at Walking Hymnal, Instagram Malamangram, and you can find me usually in the comments or once in a while here live on Open Mic Night. What?
I was just thinking once in a while the deleted track off Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I've only seen that movie twice, maybe.
At least he's seen it.
Yes, because I was forced to, but I digress.
That's the worst context to see Rocky Horror. God damn.
I'm aware.
Second night, Gracie.
Yeah. So, to all of you guys, love you. Noah, you will join Chase U one of these days because I need JJ to get into football for a season.
Yes. Noah, come back on screen real quick and unmute.
Oh no.
Well, no, because we did address this earlier that Noah was going to have to come up with a reasonable dollar amount.
Oh, yeah.
For a super chat goal for him to enroll in Chase University. And we said he would have to come up with that before open mic night. So what is the super chat goal, sir?
And the deadline. To use your wording.
500 by the end of the year.
Josh, got this. High five. We got it.
Oh,
Over here.
JJ,
There you go. We got
get
it.
ready to buy some football stuff and get ready to watch the NFL.
Okay, now I am going to throw a little asterisk, a little clause in here, as in the last line of a contract, not Santa Claus.
Oh, fuck.
Because I feel like Noah is owed this little proviso.
Fair.
Karaoke chats and chats to be on the game shows do not count.
Correct.
Because karaoke nights are our biggest earnings. So theoretically speaking, we could hit it in one, maybe two karaoke nights. That's not fair to Noah.
That's not that's valid. That's valid.
$500 by the end of the year. That's still almost 7 months because this is only the 4th of May. Yes. Eliminating those things, I feel, is completely fair.
Yes.
And we'll also say beginning tomorrow, because super chats were collected earlier,
right,
during the watch along. Those shouldn't count because the dollar amount was just now indicated.
So
beginning May the 5th, once things reset for our YouTube,
right,
$500 by the end of the year.
Between the reset tomorrow and the end of our year-end show.
Yes.
When we sign off for that show. Whatever the 31st is this year. I don't know.
Yes, Noah is going to join Chase U if we can raise $500 by the end of the year.
That was your price, though. What everybody has, I guess Ted DiBiase was right. Everyone has a price.
And he's also stated that if Thea Hale becomes NXT Women's Champion, he will get a Chase U t-shirt.
Putting it all out there, huh?
And to tell the backstory of this, for those who don't know, on the NFL Draft Night 1, the live stream that we did on Sports Bar with myself and Mikey and JJ in the producer chair, well, me after I came in to help fill in for Zach.
Yes.
Mikey and I were trying to get Mikey and I were trying to get JJ to acknowledge the popularity and fun that is NFL football. JJ and I said to him, "What will it take for you to watch and get into football?" And he said, and I quote, "For Noah to join Chase U." So that is why I am doing everything in my power to make sure Noah joins Chase U.
I see.
Yes, man, whose name is on the marquee. I see your hand up and you're facing Josh.
Well, I'm actually facing you.
Oh, yes.
Stepping your foot and tracking in the house is Noah's gimmick. I'll do this if this. Okay. Stop laughing. Whoever's laughing, stop that shit. Do you think the power of the multiverse of media can't raise $500 before December 31st? What the fuck are you thinking?
No, I don't. I know they can.
Uh-huh.
I expected Noah's dollar amount to be higher.
Oh,
yeah, me too.
Oh!
Whoop the doodle.
You should have said like 5K or something.
No, because it has to be a reasonable goal to tell.
I may be simple, but I'm also conservative and I'm reasonable. I think that's fair outside the nights where they actually profit. So you know what? Try me.
Fuck it. Hand up.
Yes.
Fuck it.
Yes.
You're talking a grand down there? If we get a grand raise by the end of the year in Super Chats, not karaoke or what was the other one? Game nights. You got to start watching NXT on the regular.
I'll start watching NXT when I make a Patreon. You guys all pay me for that NXT reviews. I'm not watching NXT.
Okay. Well then don't be throwing anybody else under the bus for big old dollar amounts. If you're okay, what can you commit to within the multiverse? Since you're going to be throwing out dollar amounts on the multiverse, what can you commit to within the multiverse for a grand?
I'm just saying. I was just suggesting that for
I
Noah.
am feeling salty this week. So, seriously, you know what? Here, tell you what. How long am I going to be here? Think of something that we can provide a goal for you to do within the multiverse context, and we'll talk about it at the end of the night. All right.
And James, if you didn't go
Klondike
back
bar
into
just
Club
became
Pat-
what would you do for the Championship Network? The fuck?
I don't like Klondike bars.
I'd kill you for a Klondike bar. Fuck
Wait,
that.
hold on. What? You don't like Klondike bars?
What? Huh? Too many people are talking over each other.
I think my spot of the one who gets my ass kicked the most just got lost to Datilla.
Put her on timeout for that lack of Klondike bar love. What the fuck, man?
How dare
I
you?
don't like Klondike bars.
They're fat levels of happiness. How?
She doesn't like Klondike bars. She hasn't seen. By the way, did you watch Mary Poppins yet?
Yes, we did the quiz, remember?
Oh, that's right. That's right. I wasn't talking to you. I know you didn't watch because you don't give a shit. Hasn't watched in the private chat over in the corner. I can see it. Hasn't seen Mary Poppins. Hasn't seen Back to the Future. Doesn't like Klondike bars. Didn't know what I referenced earlier. You are killing me today. You're killing me. Oh, goodness gracious.
But Daniel wants Datilla and Noah to cosplay as Rita Repulsa and Lord Zed.
I'll do that for a grand.
Who?
Get the fuck out. Kick him out of here.
You're out of here, man.
You're out of here.
I'll do that for subscribers to my channel.
So for real, Walter doesn't even want super chat money. He just wants some subscribers.
Right.
All right.
God damn it.
Before this
Flash.
goes any further, Before this goes any further chaos, let me reiterate, just so the multiverse is aware, I am a simple man, but I am also a fair man. So you guys know what the goal is. You actually want me to enroll in Chase U, and again, that's a stretch even in the context. So good luck, multiverse. I go back to Pyramid and get a Klondike ice cream sandwich, as you were.
So for clipping purposes, Noah will join Chase U if the entirety of the multiverse can raise $500 between tomorrow's YouTube payout reset and the end of our year-end show on December 31st. And there's a time to confirm it, by God.
Yes, and the karaoke night super chats.
Yes,
and the super chats to join the game night as contestants do not count.
Correct.
Gotcha.
And the added little nugget, if you will, is if Thea Hale becomes NXT champion, which was not given a definitive deadline, by the way.
No.
Noah will buy a Chase U shirt, whether he's enrolled in the university or not.
Yeah, there you go.
That we've already got video clipped.
Oh, that's right. That's fair. That's fair.
As a matter of fact, scroll down to it. Here it is.
Not gonna
throw up that Chase U, brother.
This is never gonna happen again, so you better enjoy it for the 2 seconds that it's actually here. Ugh. And also, congratulations, Pia. Great win. All right, that's enough of that. Tell you this much: the next lane, if you think I'm actually gonna get a Chase U shirt and wear it during one of these streams, that'll be the day Pia Hale becomes NXT Women's Champion.
Okay, you guys heard it. No one will get a Chase U shirt.
No one got proof of that. No, that's not. No one got proof of that. No one's got proof. No one's gonna remember this.
Insert
no one's
foot.
Stamp it. No
Here's mouth. Insert foot.
Hold on, Walter. No one's gonna remember that.
No.
James, clip it.
Mm-hmm. I can confirm that has been clipped. You have been warned, Noah.
His reaction is everything.
The beautiful part is it wasn't even James that clipped it. I'm the one that put all that together.
Right?
There you
That's
go.
the best part.
How you doing, Noah?
Noah's going to run back to Pyramid while I finish my backlash evaluation.
There he goes. Anyway.
Okay. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed this show. I actually got to watch part of it back while I was cleaning in here, in between my recap and the dad's marathon or the retro block. The crowd just made, like you guys said, the crowd made it everything. As awesome as the matches really came off and as predictable as they were, and whatever. It was one of my favorite shows to watch. One of my favorite shows to be part of here within the producer room. It was just fun. It was really fun. It was great to see it. It's cool that the international crowds are setting arena records for the company. I think that's cool. From a business mind of things, I think that's awesome that the company keeps breaking its own records. We weren't hearing these kind of stats prior to the pandemic. Like they kind of settled into like a pattern of like, we're the best and we're on top because nobody else has given us any reason not to be. And AEW was that company for about 2.5 seconds or so. But now it's
let's
like
be fair. For like 3 years.
Okay.
I'd say until Brawl Out. Once Brawl Out happened is when AEW really kind of to get on shaky ground.
Well, and not to divert too far into what we're going to talk about later, but it's just one of those, it wasn't even WWE really improving on that front. That was just them shitting their own bed. But as the opening refers to. But yeah, WWE has continued to up their business ante every single time they go out. There's an old story that I remember reading about in Bischoff's first book and on the podcast over the years about, he kept pulling, wanting to pull back in live events because they were losing money every time they went out the freaking door. They left center stage. WWE has set records every time they've gone back into a city or a country or another part of the world. It's really wonderful to see that. And like Josh put it much more four-lettery than I'm going to put it, but the international crowds are really putting us to shame. And for a guy that JJ, you and I went to, and Tatilla was there with us. We went to Dynamite because, man, it was the energy for me. It was the form. It was not WWE live wrestling for the first time for me, and I don't know how damn long, other than Independence. And it was like, yes, like it's real. And stuff like that happens in these countries and these little towns all the time, and it's refreshing. That's what made Backlash special for me, was having that crowd not only give back the energy, somewhere Jericho and Tony Khan are pacing. Like, God damn, they stole another thing from us with the crowd singing. But the output of revenue, dude, everybody gets a pat on the back for that. That's awesome.
Yeah. I gotta say, and maybe it's just me, and I swear I'm not bringing this up as a way to try to start or invoke tribalism.
No.
But I honestly think All in London last year is really when it kind of started on the WWE front.
Yeah.
They kind of started to get that anything they can do, we can do better mentality.
Yep.
Not to say that they didn't really go to foreign before that, because of course there were the Saudi shows. They had already done Backlash in Puerto Rico. They had already done Clash at the Castle prior to that. But I think All in London, when they were able to claim the largest gate outdrawing any WrestleMania, which we discovered later was inflated numbers, much like WWE does, so I'm not shaming anybody here.
No.
But once they did that, I think WWE was like, okay, we need to kick our shit into high gear. And I think that may have been the proverbial catalyst for this aggressive marketing strategy that's been in place ever since.
Well, without kicking a raspy horse too much more, because I seem to do that on the regular with him, that's because Laurinaitis was in charge of pulling the foreign tours. He didn't want to do that shit.
That's fair.
And I'm not going to jump down Ace's throat tonight. I promise I'm not going to. But he was in charge of that, and that's why they weren't going out.
That's fair.
And he's out of the company now, and back where he belongs in this world. So that's why the live events are going around the world again.
That's fair. I would normally keep going around clockwise, but with Josh leaving and rearranging the layout here, we'll go ahead and backtrack to Datilla, and then we'll go to James and continue on our clockwise rotation. So Datilla, go ahead.
Honestly, I really like Backlash. I thought it was pretty enjoyable pay-per-view. You mentioned earlier that most of the matches were predictable. Yeah, they were. But, like you said, predictability isn't always bad. I really did enjoy the show. AJ Styles and Cody Rhodes was probably like my favorite match of the night. I really, really liked that match. But the crowd was really like the star of the show. Like, they were on fire the entire time. I didn't watch SmackDown, and I'm probably not gonna watch SmackDown, but I've heard that the crowd was like the same for SmackDown, so that's good to know. But overall, I thought this was a really good show. I really enjoyed it top to bottom. I was expecting Jacob Fatu. I was really surprised to see Tangaloa, and I had to jump in to the chat to see Noah's reaction to that, and it was satisfying.
Yeah, I think that was an interesting development there. Kind of like we said during the commentary, everybody was expecting Jacob Fatu. Tangaloa was the Russo swerve, bro. Nobody was expecting that one.
And the reason why Tangaloa didn't cross my mind is because I didn't know what his contract status with New Japan was. I thought he was still in New Japan.
Yeah, I don't follow New Japan enough
Me
to
neither.
have known what his status was either. I mean, it's possible that he came, I don't know if he's been in Japan or if he came from the States to France. It's possible he had been hanging out in Japan because of his association and it was just easier for him to get there. I'm not really sure, but it was a hell of a swerve there.
Yeah, it certainly was. But I think it was a really good one because now my dream match can finally happen. God versus the Usos.
Yeah, everybody is talking about that as a potential.
Yeah. So I can't wait for that.
Okay. Any other comments about Backlash that you want to add before I throw it to James?
No, I think I've said everything I just said.
Okay. Just want to make sure, since you're not on camera, I can't really tell if you wanted to say anything more or not. So that's why I was asking.
No, I'm good. You can hand it over to James.
Well,
All right.
The issue with that, JJ, is I actually haven't seen Backlash yet because I've been busy with the dog. So I know.
No, I'm not saying boo earns. I'm saying boo.
I know.
I was saying boo earns.
Damn it.
Yes. Sorry, man. I didn't. If I'd have known we were going to be talking about Backlash, I would have tried to watch it. But yeah, I just hadn't gotten the time at all to try and do that. So.
Come on now, bro. You've been part of the show since its inception. We always talk about a pay-per-view or PLE going into open mic night.
I know.
Whether it goes straight from the pay-per-view PLE into the show or it's an international one like today and we've got the hiatus. We always talk about the pay-per-view PLE kind of as our first topic here.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm a bad person.
Shame on you, James.
Shame.
Emmanuel, I see your super chat. Let us get through this topic and then yours will jump to the top of the queue, good sir. Noah, thoughts on Backlash, bruv?
I enjoyed it. Very good show. Very raucous atmosphere. So to the people of France, merci beaucoup. I definitely thought this Backlash felt even bigger than last year's. All the matches certainly delivered in their own way and pace. I was absolutely thrilled with Cody Rhodes and AJ Styles and what both men displayed. Great callback in AJ's gear. And overall, for a 3-hour PLE, again, like I said, and you can even clip that if you want and freaking endorse that phrase, predictability is not a bad thing in professional wrestling. Damn it. And why practically 95% of the No DQ Galaxy and team, the No DQ universe, got a perfect score. There was a couple of you that were pretty bold. I thought the Kabuki Warriors were going to retain and even had a utter prediction on some other matches. So, hey, kudos to individual thinking. But this was a really cool way to kick off the new era and this new format for internationally presented PLEs outside the big 4 or 5, whatever the hell you want to call it. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Okay. Any match in particular that was your match of the night or anything? Anything that surprised you amongst the predictability?
Besides AJ Styles and Cody Rhodes, because Cody Rhodes needed that win and that statement and that atmosphere to be as huge as what he did at WrestleMania 40 to match up to that capacity, as he said during the press conference. That was definitely my biggest takeaway as far as living up to that moment, because that was the first time that he was the guy. He had to bring the show home. Other than that, yeah, Tonga Loa, what the fuck? I just wonder what's going on with Jado now in New Japan Pro Wrestling now that he no longer is managing, mentoring, coaching the Gorillas of Destiny. So I'm very curious to see what's next for the sons of Haku. Besides that, everything else, it was subpar. I mean, again, the women's tag, it is what it is, but the moment was achieved, and that's all that matters. And I was fairly impressed with, again, Tiffany Stratton's performance against Bayley and hanging alongside Naomi in that triple threat. And I think that ending moment there with Naomi and Bayley is foreshadowing for, I think, things to change and things to come within the SmackDown women's division.
Okay. Before I throw things to Walter to finish us out, Datilla said in the private chat she had something she wanted to comment. Go ahead.
No, I said commit to.
Oh, okay. What?
This is going to make you happy, JJ.
Okay.
So, if you guys can raise $1,000 by the end of the year, God, I can't believe I'm saying this. I will go to NXT Stand and Deliver WrestleMania weekend next year.
Okay.
That will be my first NXT show since NXT TakeOver War Games 2. I can't commit to Battleground because I don't know the start time, and knowing that weekend I might have something else going on.
So that's fair. And we probably wouldn't have achieved the goal by then, too, because that's literally a month away.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. If we get Noah to 500 and get her the extra, get the extra 500 to get her. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay. So there we have it. So when the first 500 makes Noah and Roland chase you, the 500 after that if we can get to 1,000 by the end of the year, Dattila will go to Stand and Deliver. There we go.
All right.
I'm
going all
like
things.
it. All right, Walter, go ahead and bring us home as far as Backlash goes. You look tired, bro.
Hey, you guys pretty much said a lot, so it probably could be a lot of rehash. But of course, I'm going to talk about the tag title match because you know why I'm happy. What happened? My Powerhouse Beauties won their tag titles, and damn it, that's my name for them. And I swear to God, if they steal that name, then we know that there's a most that they freaking watch our shows. If they start calling them Powerhouse anything, I'm like, there they go. Look, stealing ideas there. And then they're going to change maybe the last part of it just to say, well, it ain't really Walter's idea of it, so we'll do something. But the Powerhouse Beauties won that tag titles. Few botches here and there, but that you can't put that on Jay. It was Kairi Sane did a couple of mishaps in timing-wise, and then a couple of things by the referee. But, yeah, that crowd is what fires. Now, I think at this point you make this annual, do Backlash International every year because you're getting these crowds like this. Last year you did Puerto Rico, now you did France. You might as well do Ireland, Mexico, Canada. Canada, like you said, and Mexico are already North America. You got to go places you barely ever go so that you can get these kind of reactions. So yeah, but you definitely got to go to Ireland when you got Becky and Finn Balor and all these like people that are on your roster that are from Europe. So you got to go there. But yeah, that crowd is ridiculous. Like I've never seen a crowd get that hot from beginning to end. Like there's some point there's a match thrown in there so that they can cool down. But they were like, screw this. And then bring on short pay-per-view PLEs like that. Thank you, WWE. You made it kind of easy because we had a long long day of streams. It was like WrestleMania weekend for us, like one thing after another today.
For real. For real. I mean, you figure WrestleMania week, it's spread out over a week. It's like one stream, maybe 2 streams a week. We have literally been on the air more or less nonstop since 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern time. Like there was, what time did you get off the air with the no DQ recap of Backlash?
It wasn't very long before you guys started it too, because I started the recap right at 1 as far as when I added the no DQ part of it to it. So I think I went maybe 30 or 40 minutes. So there was about 20 minutes where we didn't have shit going.
Okay. And then we went just shy of 2 hours.
Right. So there was
who will be the next champion. So there was a little over an hour bumper.
Yeah.
Between that ending and the dad's retro starting. But
other than that,
with the exception of, we'll call it 2 hours, kind of chopped up.
Yeah.
We have been on the air since 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern in some way, shape, or form. It has been a long day blending wrestling content and Star Wars content with everybody for May the 4th.
the start of the damn Backlash stream, we were talking about the Stanley Cup playoffs and Star Wars before you even got into the card. We were 25 minutes in before we started talking about the damn matches.
It's true, but there were only 5 matches and everything was kind of predictable.
Yeah, that was the other thing we mentioned. The show was paced beautifully.
Yeah.
Like, and the content between the usually like the superstar shakeups, like those weren't even as long. They actually were just doing the hypes for the matches.
Yeah,
this was probably the best laid out non-Big Four show I've seen them do in, God, probably since before pandemic, honestly.
It's a takeover method. It's very much Triple H takeover method.
No, and that's the thing. Takeovers always, Noah, you've been calling my stuff for me almost from the beginning. We've had different people in the analyst role till JJ took the lead on that. The takeovers always used to flow so well, and they still do. The premium events, they still flow very well for NXT.
Mm-hmm.
And WWE's finally starting to hit that same method. AEW does flow well. They go on these freaking WrestleMania 4-length shows, and it's like, fuck, tell me I want to go to bed. The matches are great, but they just take for fucking ever.
And they don't give you a real breather in between matches. That's always been my issue with AEW pay-per-views. And again, we're not trying to run down AEW.
No.
I don't want our viewers to think we're anti-AEW. We are talking about Backlash.
Right.
But since that did come up, that's always been my issue with them is there's no break. They give you a 20 to 25 minute match with 75 near falls and 142 kickouts and counter reversals and
2,500 super
kicks and finishers that aren't actually finishers.
Yep.
And then you get the 3 count and it's let's go right into the next match. It's like, wait a minute. I need my smoke first.
I was like, even they give the poor adult actors a freaking smoke and a break for 5 minutes. Like, fuck.
And 6,200 dives. It's pretty much all layout. But
we don't hate AEW. We're good. We're good. We're good.
But the pay-per-view overall gets an A for me. It's an A- for the pay-per-view, A for what Triple H said in the press conference after. So
we're gonna get there. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I'm not saying what he said. I just say, but I had it at an A- till I saw that made it an A.
Fair.
As far as that comment, no, that's our pay-per-view schedule as we gonna die.
For real.
Just today.
So for me, I agree with pretty much everything that everyone has said. That's why I kind of brought it to myself last. It was like the crowd was just phenomenal. No, don't start doing the chant because I said phenomenal and that was the shtick.
Phenomenal.
But everything everyone said, the show moved good. The matches were amazing. Jade is a champion in WWE. Hell yeah. Like, so happy for her. And we freaking long-term story booked her. We booked the Bloodline on the pre-show this morning. And we'll see if that stuff starts to pan out because that'll definitely show that they watch our shit, which we already kind of know they do. But if we start to see the stories go that way, we'll know that people were sitting down watching our video with a notepad and pen.
Definitely listening to the fans, which is good.
Yeah. But see, that's always been Triple H's thing. Like, everybody gets on him for the Reign of Terror. Going back to the Authority, he was saying that he's going to listen to the fans. But Vince was still in charge. So it ended up being more of like a ha-ha. And now that Vince is out and Hunter is really in charge, kind of seems to be going back to that. And I think that's going to just do a huge service for WWE. Whereas other companies, not just one in particular, people out there thinking I'm hating, but other companies don't listen to the criticism from the fans.
Yep.
So, hell of a show. And I agree. I think every show that is not a Big Four needs to be international. That's how they're going to feel as big as a Big Four, is if we keep them international. There's enough places to rotate to visit. Let's get a show in Africa. We've got Obafemi from Nigeria. We've got Apollo Crews from Nigeria. Like, we've got Kofi from Ghana. Let's get a show down there in Africa.
Yeah.
I think that would be awesome.
If Roman was still champion, you could say, let's bring the reins down to Africa. But
No, Jeff. That's a bad Jeff.
That's a funny joke, Jeff. I approve.
But not international. But why don't we get a show on the Hawaiian Islands?
Ooh.
Yeah, final boss.
Hear me out. Bash at the beach. Do it.
Shit.
Do it exactly how WCW did it too, on the actual beach in like some sort of hotelish area. That's the best way to utilize Hawaii. I'm telling you.
I would
That's
say do
not
it
a
in
bad
those
idea,
areas.
James.
Yeah, that's solid. But I would still charge admission for it. Find a way to do that because that was just a freaking money pit. And Huntington Beach, like really, Eric?
Yes.
Or you can go to New Zealand because that's pretty much where Samoa is. And how many Samoans are in New Zealand? Go to New Zealand.
All there. They all live there. It's a crazy place.
All right.
Richard.
Before we go to our first commercial break, I do want to go to Emmanuel's super chat comments. Winner, chicken dinner, $2 super chat. Who would you put in the finals of the King of the Ring? And he's been a subscriber for 1 year. That popped up earlier. I don't remember if it popped up in the Backlash watch along or if it popped up during our show, Walter, the Who's Going to Be Next Champion. But I saw it pop up during one of the streams earlier. Emmanuel's been a exclusive members only subscriber for a year. So
Definitely thank him and his sister for that your subscription. That's awesome.
Definitely.
That and his funny comedy and his bit that he's been doing the last few shows has been hilarious.
Yes, we'll take it.
So let me go here because the thing is, as far as King of the Ring goes, is we don't know who's on the SmackDown side of things.
Yeah.
As far as the Raw side of things, I think the person I would have in the semis, it's got to be Gunther, right? Like, how do you not go for Gunther for the King of the Ring?
That's the best rebound from the IC loss.
I feel like the semis of the Raw side needs to be Gunther versus Ilya. Like, we need to run this back already. Just to remind the crowd, we've got Ricochet versus Ilya Dragunov, Gunther versus Sheamus, Drew McIntyre versus Finn Balor, and Kofi Kingston versus Rey Mysterio.
Yeah.
We don't know how the bracket itself is going to lay out on the Raw side. You know, who's going to move on to face who from the other matches. I think it's interesting that we've got Kofi in here, considering the last King of the Ring was Xavier Woods. You know, and maybe that's something they could play into, is getting Kofi, the King of the Ring, to succeed Woods. But I know the match that is most being looked forward to on the Raw side is Gunther versus Dragunov.
Oh, yeah.
If they both get to the Raw final, yeah.
Well, or even if they meet in the semifinals. Because if the matches play out in the order that I read them, then the winner of Ricochet versus Ilya would face the winner of Gunther Sheamus.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And then the winner of Drew and Balor would face the winner of Kofi and Rey. If that's the way the bracket lays out. So we could go straight from this first round match to getting Ilya versus Gunther, and then getting Gunther versus possibly Rey Mysterio or Kofi Kingston, or even Drew McIntyre or Finn Balor for the finals of the Raw side.
Nice.
Which that's going to do huge things for Gunther, whoever he steps in the ring with.
I was gonna say,
all of them have been former WWE champions, so for Gunther to defeat any one of them just does things for his career.
Yeah.
And again, we don't know who's going to be on the SmackDown side.
I just wish Raw and SmackDown were all qualifying matches and they did the actual tournament all in one night. Go back to what it originally was meant to be.
Well, that's a long day in Saudi,
on that. I hear you on that, but if you do that, you lose other title matches.
Yep.
You can't defend the IC title. You can't defend the US title. You can't defend the women's titles. You can't defend the WWE or World Heavyweight title. And so by I would at least do the semifinals and the finals at the pay-per-view. That way, at least 3 matches of the card are King of the Ring related.
See,
technically 6 because you got the Queen of the Ring also, and then you can kind of buffer in between with a U.S. title match, an IC title match, to kind of mix it up some.
See, I'm gonna disagree with you on that, JJ. I say that the tournament should make up more than the majority, like more than the bulk. Like you figure, you go back to the first year, what Walter was talking about. You had let me get the brackets so I can actually see here. You had the quarterfinals, the semis, and the finals on pay-per-view. Now, granted, that was when it was just the men's tournament. So you had 1, 2, 3, 4. There was a bye, so 5, 6 matches just from the tournament. That means we're gonna have 12 matches. That's crazy. So
yeah,
I
exactly.
will. But what I'm saying is, if you get it to the semifinals of the tournament for each,
which is what I just said,
right? But even still, you've only I think the focus of the pay-per-view shouldn't be worrying about throwing in a title match because that's what it sounded like to me. You want to make sure you have a title match on there. I don't think you necessarily need a main event caliber championship match. I mean, granted, King of the Ring 93 was Hogan Yokozuna too, which was what it was. Mm-hmm. But if you're going to go back to Saudi or an international platform for Night of Champions, that's when you make sure the championship matches are the main focus. So if you have 6 tournament matches, I'm kind of good on like having like a showcase match of some kind and have it just be a 7-card night. Like it doesn't have to be for the championships. It doesn't have to be just some sort of special attraction match. I'm not saying put Goldberg Undertaker in there again because you're gonna have somebody get killed. Like just some sort of special, like, ooh, we haven't seen this ever, or we haven't seen this in a while match as your non-tournament focus. Because I firmly am like Walter. I know you're a fan of the King of the Ring too, JJ. I want this tournament to get back to that prestigious point it was when Brett was winning it, and Owen, and even Mabel for a minute, but the people like that were winning the King of the Ring and going on to do something with it. With all respect, King ass, his time with the crown was ass.
It was. It was.
He went into freaking a program with The Rock, and The Rock buried him like he was a pile of ass. So it was just bad. King Kurt was great, but he went from being King Kurt to main event, part of a triple main event with
Rock and Taker.
No, hang on, Undertaker at Fully Loaded. Then he went right to the championship match, and the King Ring part was just kind of like, oh yeah, he's still the King of the Ring, but whatever. Like, I want the King of the Ring to not only be a championship contender, I want it to be a focal point. Like, I want the gimmick to just go. Because it seemed like they kind of went back and forth. Brett was the King of the Ring, but then he went to the program with Lawler and lost the title. Owen was the King of Hearts all year. That shit was great. Brett was Mabel was King Mabel until he left WWE for a while. Austin didn't give a shit. Triple H really didn't give a shit. He tried to destroy the crown. That's been documented. Yep. Same with Shamrock. Same with Billy. King Kurt was a fun gimmick, but then they abandoned it when he went to the main event programs. The same, like within a month or two. King Edge the Awesome was great, but the invasion just overlapped everything.
Yeah,
it really did. Brock, that was just a means to an end at the end of the day.
Even Regal, when he had it, made it something.
Regal, I think Regal's run as the King would have been better if Regal wasn't dealing with his personal shit.
Yeah,
to be fair, he was doomed for failure is too strong, but he was behind the 8 ball before he even really got the crown on his head. Sheamus also kind of like suffered because it became a goofy gimmick for him. But yeah, King Booker, like, goddamn, dude, King Booker. So I want to find that balance of make the gimmick with the crown and the scepter and the thing mean something, but also keep them in championship contention. What the hell did Zelina Vega do once she won that crown? She was tag team champion with Kelsey? No. Carmella. Oh, fuck me. God,
she did.
That's why I forgot.
Revitalizing the LWO did more for Zelina Vega than the Queen of the Ring did.
Puerto Rico was very kind to Zelina's run.
True.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what his name is, Emmanuel. Anyway, yeah, I think the King of the Ring coming up next is definitely one of those that, yeah, it's in Saudi. Yeah, it's on a weird weekend for America. But I think they have the ability with these banger matches to establish a quality king and queen of the ring. As far as who I want to win, since that was the question we were asked about 6 hours ago when it was first super chatted. I mean, like you said, Gunther's got to be the guy because that's the best way to rebound him from the Intercontinental Championship loss. Yep. Queen, I think Queen really need to see the SmackDown side because there's so many potential ooh-ahs from that.
Yeah,
if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I feel like we were saying, I feel like it's got to be Gunther. Then Emmanuel followed up by saying, if it's Gunther, which SmackDown superstar that we haven't seen him face yet would be a barn burner match? And I feel like it's got to be Gunther versus LA Knight.
Yeah.
Or Gunther versus one of the Bloodline members.
Nah, you don't want to bury the Bloodline. You got to give this to Gunther.
Yep.
Especially if we're going to try to move him along to Clash at the Castle or Bash in Berlin. You can't have him losing this King of the Ring, I think. And for Queen of the Ring, I still feel like it needs to be Tiffy.
Yep.
The center of the universe has to become the Queen of the Ring.
I think that's the consensus between all of us. I think we all said it at some point.
Actually, I was just agreeing, but Tiffany works too.
But we also have to see again who's announced on the SmackDown side because both of them are SmackDown talent. So
yeah, I agree with JJ 100%. Fully. I got nothing to add on my end. I think that's the perfect two.
Mello, I think, would be good, but as good as Mello is, I don't know if he can hang with Gunther. I'm not trying to downplay Mello. I just don't know if he's ready for Gunther yet.
Definitely not. But I do feel like he'll be part of the SmackDown side of it.
Yes, I agree there.
Whee! There you go.
All right, so if there's nothing else to add to the King Queen of the Ring conversation, we will throw to a commercial. We'll come back and we'll discuss. We'll let Jeff take the lead on this one because it's really the only other topic we have. I have been starring some of the comments from the chat room, even ones that aren't super chatted that I feel are decent questions. And if time permits, we will get to those as well. But first, we are going to throw to our trailer for Statboy Sports Bar and show you what you can find every Tuesday across the Casa D18 Studios channel and the Jeff Meacham Network.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
You ever wanted to come into a sports bar where the barkeeps know their game? Well, the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse of Media has got a production just for you. Sit down and relax as the Stat Boy and his partner break down the statistics in all things sports. Whether it's football, basketball, motorsports, baseball, hockey, soccer, professional wrestling, mixed martial arts, boxing, and much, much more. All are welcome. Your barkeeps here keep you up to date and in the know of everything going on in sports, while also having a pleasant conversation about it all. Your host and owner of the bar, Stat Boy Mike. His partner in crime, Dory Lou. and a host of other guests coming in. The food's hot, the seats are warm, the drinks are ice cold, and the sports talk is plentiful. Casa de 18 Studios presents Stat Boy Sports Bar. Take a bar stool and enjoy the show.
And we are back. So, Mr. Meacham, since Mansfield has left us for the evening,
What? Yeah, okay. That's fair.
What do you want to talk about?
Okay. All right. So before I get into this, I'm gonna put the freaking disclaimer up because God, this is just my thing, and I've actually scaled back on my venom quite a bit in thinking about it, but I still remain on the stance I was on. So during the Backlash press conference, some clearly misguided soul decided to ask Triple H about the releases, specifically Drew Gulak's, specifically if it was related to the Ronda Rousey situation. The problem with it is the gentleman specifically sourced both Fightful and PW Insider. In defense of those two entities, those two platforms did not outwardly say that Drew had been released because of this situation with Ronda Rousey. So on that front, the defense coming from both sides, PW Insider and Fightful, are 100% justified.
Yep.
Here are my pair of issues with it. Number one, it was printed later, and I honestly tend to believe them because they generally don't throw it out there unless they've got something to back it up with, even if they do put it behind a goddamn paywall most of the time. That Triple H threw those names out there because he was just irritated with the fact that the question was asked at all. First of all, why the fuck would you actually ask him that at a WWE press conference? Did Drew get fired because he was fondling Ronda or messing with the drawstring? What? Why do you ask that question when you know you're going to get that kind of response? Like, and by the way, who let this guy in as a credible media guy? You don't see that very often. WWE stuff, the AEW stuff, that shit kind of happens. But WWE's usually really good about weeding out the derp-a-derps. Clearly not the case here, because any credible media person would not actively ask something like that, because you're going to get either shot down, made fun of, or just be like, next. Anyway, you're going to get an MJF answer from Triple H if you ask something stupid like that. My problem is with the versions of responses that went out. PW Insider released one statement on their website and one post on Twitter or X. Fightful, on the other hand, now look, I get the main person with Fightful is going through a fucked up family situation. Like, I have lost my grandmother in my life. The grandmother that was closest to me. The one that JJ met, my father's mother. That woman was as close to me family-wise as my own parents, as my son. It is fucked up to lose family at any point. And I don't disagree with the anger and the hurt that goes with that. But the responses from the person that runs Fightful, and since his name was in the chat, I'm not even going to bother saying it out loud, have always been like this about everything. Yet he is held up as some kind of martyr within the internet wrestling community because he makes it so for himself.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yep. So I have no interest in feeling sorry for him and his website being attacked. I only feel bad for him in the moment because having a very inopportune time for him and his family, and it sucks. And I get that. Okay. But the problem with it is that I have been harping on Dave Meltzer for years. Literally years. Decades at this point. I don't believe Dave Meltzer is a bad person. I really don't. I think he's just a misinformed boob at the end of the day. His knowledge of history is chef's kiss. He knows his shit. Talking about current product and just kind of filling in the gaps with his own personal imagination. Dude, imagination goes here. Here. Goddamn glare. Not to wrestling journalism, Dave. Go talk to Mr. Iger. See if you can get a job with your vivid imagination.
Mm-hmm.
They're always hiring. Except me to October. The person in charge of Fightful is at least in my experience, a two-faced person. And I have a really vivid problem, a visceral problem with him playing the victim, playing the martyr, whatever you want to call it, on his platform, and complaining about all the harassment and the abuse and everything he's received on the regular in his personal life and on social media. If I was able and had the sound mind to retain direct messages on X, we wouldn't have a conversation about that person at this point. He didn't even talk dirty or mean or unusual or whatever word you want to use to me about me. He didn't attack me at all. He attacked my friends for no valid reason based on the conversations that I was shown between my friends and him and the conversation he and I were having about these friends and the public posts that were generating these thoughts in his head. He is just a peach. And to Richard's point, I know we're not addressing this on Super Chat, but seeing the way his supporters are rallying to drive, put a stake through Hunter's head is ridiculous to me.
Dude, yeah.
Hang on. Please let me get through this. I've been sitting on this shit for hours.
Go ahead.
I wish it was more than blue milk. I'll tell you that right now. I wish I had alcohol in the house. I have grown very tired of looking the other way when people that I genuinely care about and genuinely consider my friends just blindly putting out all his information and then defending him with this public perception that he's a victim and he's a damaged person. Dude, you are no more damaged than anybody else. Hypocrite about it. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So as far as I'm concerned, I have no desire to appear on any shows that are going to openly support this dude. And I will be talking with people I do appear with about that this week. It just infuriates me. And granted, Paul throwing their names out there, the website's names out there, yeah, probably bad context. But it wasn't him that threw the names out there. It was this reporter. This reporter is the one that got Fightful and PW Insider thrown under that bus. Triple H just couldn't hit the brakes in time. Right? I have long stated that I have a problem with anything that's named as hard fact without a WWE logo right about here somewhere or the talent themselves saying it. Okay? I don't know what happened to Drew Gulak. Okay? I don't. Not my business. I've met Drew. I've worked with Drew. I like Drew personally. Okay. I'm going to go into the no DQ chat, so forgive me for a second here, because I want to read this because this apparently was put out by, I believe it was Fightful after the fact.
Okay, I'm going to read this just like it is. Okay.
Okay.
Let me just make sure where I'm reading this from, because I don't want to misquote anybody or be misquoted myself. Okay.
Sure.
At the WWE post-show press conference, Triple H answered a question regarding Drew Gulak, noting he was not released by the company. And by the way, Drew was not released. He's not getting his contract renewed. There's a big fucking difference, folks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was not fired. He was just told, we're not renewing you, brother. Good luck in where you go in the future. It happens all the time in all walks of life, sports, entertainment, business, whatever, which Triple H elaborated on later in his conversation with that reporter. Anyway. Okay. I'm going to quote the whole thing, so I'm going to say the names. Fightful Select, Sean Ross Sapp, and Corey Brennan have confirmed with multiple WWE and NXT sources that Gulak is actually still with the company, but was informed would not be resigning him once his deal expires next month. Gulak was informed recently. Triple H already said that to the crowd in public. Why do you need to confirm? The head of the company fucking said it.
Mm-hmm.
In regards to the recent claims of sexual misconduct made by Ronda Rousey, Brennan is told that this initiated an investigation by WWE into the incident and Gulak as a whole. From those we spoke to in NXT, the belief is that Gulak's public response to Rousey's claim only made things worse for former cruiserweight champion, but was not the determining factor in the decision not to bring him back. In asking around with talent in NXT, several talent made claims to Brennan that Gulak was a bully who would often target injuries during matches with talent that were recovering from minor injuries at the time. One talent claimed that during a match with Gulak, the former no quarter catch crew member purposely re-dislocated a previously dislocated finger, while another claimed that Gulak would intimidate talent and not reporting incidents. Fightful also learned of an incident during the NXT taping last year where Gulak was verbally reprimanded by Shawn Michaels and NXT coaches for intentionally spiking an opponent during the match. One NXT talent who worked with Gulak noted he was odd in the sense that he would often test talent to see if they would react to his bullying. In regards to the Triple H comments, we'll provide as much transparency as possible. Fuck that sentence. Sorry. It was reiterated to us by WWE and Triple H that the comments weren't intended to be directed at Fightful or PW Insider. Whether anyone chooses to believe that is up to them, but Fightful received numerous apologies. We were told that Triple H's particular issue was that Ronda Rousey's accusations of Gulak grabbing her sweatpants string were not the contributing factor to Gulak's departure. We will discuss the situation more on this week's shows. We're told PW Insider received apologies as well. Whether or not those apologies to the outlets are in good faith are to be determined. While Gulak is actually still under WWE contract and was informed his WWE date will not be renewed, despite him wishing to remain with the company. And I can't read the rest of what was posted in the grip. All right, I got a lot of fucking things to unpack on that. First of all, we'll be as transparent as possible. Who the fuck did you talk to? We'll talk about it more on the shows. Are you going to talk about it on your free show? I bet you won't. I bet you won't. Because you want to make people pay to hear these names, which is your business. It's what you do. You're a journalist. Fine. What that post did, and I don't know when that post originally was put up there, so it may not have been today. Let me put that out there right here and now. But if that post went up today that was posted into our group chat, that is them fucking covering their ass, despite what I said earlier in the day about them covering their ass with saying that they received apologies. That is redirecting the entirety of the venom toward Drew Gulak. I thought we were innocent until proven guilty in this country. Pretty much remember that. I know because I've been involved with the court system repeatedly. Okay? Did Drew putting stuff out there hurt him? Absolutely. Poor decision making by Drew Gulak to put any sort of statement out there without confirmation about anything else. Keep your mouth shut, dude. But that post talking about he talked to people and then Brand talked to people within NXT and he's a bully and he's odd and this. Why the fuck is that anybody's business but people inside WWE that work with this person and have to decide to hire him or fire him or whatever? That is the kind of shit that chaps my ass. A redirect and a smear campaign instead.
That is deplorable.
Yep.
That's absolutely fucking disgusting. And like I said, had I had the foresight to retain direct messages, we could have a smear campaign enough to give doctors a pap smear supply for a year with the people that run Fightful. I have acquaintances that work for Fightful and defend it to no end.
Same here.
And if I am offending the people that defend the head of Fightful, I sincerely apologize if I'm making you feel like I'm attacking you. I am not, for the record. I only have a problem with it because you defend this person so blindly, and it really makes me sad for you, whoever you are out there listening and watching this, because I have a genuine affection for you if I call you my friend. I have a genuine care for you if I reach out to you when I don't necessarily think it's, you guys need me. I don't think anybody really fucking needs me except my kid. Okay. If I'm being 100% real. And even then, that's a question. But what happened today turned from a errant naming of 2 websites by the head of WWE into smearing a man's reputation when nothing's been fucking proven or said except Ronda Rousey's book.
Mm-hmm.
That is where I have a problem. He is now guilty in the court of public opinion. Whether Drew Gulak did this or not, he's fucking buried. Nobody's going to want to get within 100 miles of wanting to book him. You know what? Drew Gulak, if you're watching this, contact me. We met during the Championship Wrestling Hollywood days. You have an open platform to come on here and speak your truth, brother. Yep. I'll book you. I'll book you for fucking free. You don't got to pay me shit. If you need me to pay you shit, we'll talk. We'll talk. But having somebody's, reputation smeared because one person made a claim in her memoir is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And wait, I can hear it now. Oh, but Jeff, you went in inside her with her when she attacked John Laurinaitis. That's because I've had personal experience with John Laurinaitis being a piece of shit. Everybody that watches this shit knows that. Okay? It's going to be one of those things. I'm sure it's going to get out there tomorrow and go, oh, well, he was talking about, innocent to proven guilty like he did with Alberto Del Rio. And I personally had somebody with Fightful rake me over the coals on that, who I considered a friend, or at least an acquaintance. I'm probably going to get the same response from several people about this now. Fine. I refuse to let somebody be two-faced and have a double standard. If I got to throw myself under a bus to expose these fucking people for being the two-faced liars that they are about who they are, bring it on. As a matter of fucking fact, if I got to throw myself under a bus to get these two-faced liars to be exposed for the liars and the hypocrites they are, I will gladly stand out there in fucking traffic. May the force be with you and also with you.
Okay.
May I go next?
Hold on, James.
I'll just add to what you said already, Jeff.
Hold on, James. Because I have no problem throwing to you, but I do want to address this. While Jeff was speaking, I did a little bit of research here.
Okay.
I have looked while you were speaking on Stapp, Corey Brennan, and Fightful's Twix accounts.
Oh, okay.
That post that you read is not posted there. Here's what I did find.
Okay.
Post from Corey Brennan of Fightful from 3 hours ago, which was roughly just before we went on the air and this was posted in the chat. So Fightful Select has learned that Drew Gulak had a reputation in NXT as a bully who would target recovering injuries in his matches and was reprimanded by Shawn Michaels for intentionally spiking another talent last year.
I read that part.
Full story available now on Fightful Select for subscribers.
Yep.
So the entire story that Jeff read isn't even something that is available for the mass public to read. You've got to pay behind this paywall to see and read what Jeff just read. We gave it to y'all for free. Super chat. Simple as that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And none of us subscribe. We won't tell you our source of how we got it. But no, you know what? Hold on. I'm not going to do it, but I'm almost willing to throw the source out there just so that we can not be like these assholes and actually give our sources.
No, because I don't want to bury that person because
I know.
I already told him in advance. I apologize for this. So
yeah. Let's just say, and if the chat room guesses, I'm not going to confirm or deny, but somebody who is heavily affiliated with and has appeared on our shows before is who shared this. That is all I'm going to say.
And I appreciate the knowledge because it was posted in the chat in our different group chat for reference. So that way we knew exactly we were talking about, what we were talking about, when we were talking about it. And I don't wish to make that person feel any worse than they already do. I'm sorry. I'm answering the person sitting with my son, so I apologize if I'm not looking at the screen right now. I mean, you know who it is, Jay. So I'm just trying to. Like, when are we done? I said, hopefully 12.
Tell them I said hello.
I will do that. But yeah, it's just so unfortunate that a person who a genuinely good person. To me, it feels like they're being bamboozled by a flim flam man.
Mm-hmm.
Those are some big old school words, kids. Go look that shit up or talk to your grandparents about it if they're still alive.
Yeah.
But yes, I wanted to read that off so that people knew that this information we're passing on isn't even out there for the mass public. The only way that you saw this clarification is if you paid behind their paywall.
Yep.
So how legitimate is this anyways?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I will now tag you in, James.
Anybody that genuinely goes by anything that any of these dirt sheets say, for the most part, with the exception of no DQ, because at least Aaron gives a voice to goddamn everybody.
Well, I'm going to cut you off because that was also discussed in the chat that you're not part of. And I'll, JJ can back me up because he was one initiated as part of the conversation. No DQ reposts the stuff that is found on the other news sites. That has always been No DQ's policy. And Aaron makes that clear.
Yes.
That every time there's a post up there that's not actually sourced by Aaron because he found it out or because one of his people that writes for him then out, so-and-so of such website posted today that
Mm-hmm.
So if there's any original news that Aaron's getting, it's fucking news to me, first of all. Anyway, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I just want to make sure we didn't throw Aaron under the bus unnecessarily.
No, I wasn't throwing him under the bus. I agree with you. In fact, you actually clarified it better than I could have. That was essentially what I said. You just actually clarified it. This shit is out of fucking control. And I've been saying it from how long ago, guys, did I say this is exactly what chases people away from becoming fans of this product? How many times have I said that?
I can't even count at this point.
It's too many times.
Right.
The fact that we have to come on here again for me to say that exact same thing again it nauseates my soul. It's so fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous. How hard is it to get both sides of the effing story? even if you don't know what's true or not, the truth lies somewhere in the middle. None of these dirt sheets do this. None of them. Because that's too easy. Because it's better to get rage bait clicks than it is to actually be, integral. Seriously, stop me when I'm telling lies. Because the entire time, you want to know why I was done with the other jack-offs? Complete subject, but very minor deviation considering they're all, different sides of the same shit cake. I stopped watching Figure 4 Online for free. I unsubbed for free. You know why I did that? Because all they did, even before I knew both sides of the story, was smear Punk. And you know what? I was sick of hearing it. I could hate the guy with my guts, and I'd be sick of hearing it. I want to hear both sides. If you're not going to give me both sides, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit to hear any of your opinion. It's why Nick Hausman absolutely destroyed his credibility with the Jericho shit. It's exactly why. And now here we go with Sean Ross Sapp and whoever on fucking PW Insider doing the same thing. Not getting both sides of the story. And it is nauseatingly irritating. It is not that hard to fucking get both sides of the story. It's called being an adult. If I could do it, if he could do it, if JJ could do it, if Walter could do it, if the man who has nothing to do with any of this IWC drama can fucking do it, guess what, motherfucker? You can too. Period. End of story. Do better. Stop chasing people away with your stupid nonsense of constantly going with a smear campaign instead of trying to get both sides of the story. If you can't get it directly from the source, get it from somebody who's friends with that source. That's my rant. Jesus Christ. Almighty.
Not only do better, James, be better people. Be better human beings.
Seriously.
I'm going to throw that in there before I was done. Sorry.
No, you're right.
So, I mean, Walter, anything that you want to say on this topic?
It's just bullshit. It's all the look. We have a running joke with Josh where we run a video where Vince Russo says, "Do your homework, bro." So before you read when you read something, before you go and believe it, listen to that advice. Go do your homework, bro, or sis, whoever's reading it. Go do your homework before you believe one side or the other. There's always three sides to a story. There's point A, the truth, and C. And somewhere in the middle of there's always the three sides. There's this person's side, that person's side, and then the actual freaking truth. Yep. So you got to find that out before you just believe in it. And then for Drew, like Jeff was saying, for Drew to get his reputation smudged by someone who's known to be exaggerative. I mean, look how she's trying to discredit Holly Holm's victory over her and the excuses she's saying as to why she got beat. No, bitch, she just got knocked the fuck out in a fight. Don't make an excuse. Don't try to.
By the way, to be fair to her in this sense, there is some legitimacy to that only because of the people she was training with were not great trainers. I'll give her that to an extent. But at the end of the day, you are you at the end of the day. You're your own person. Do better. Anyway, continue, Walter.
She already tried to discredit other people, so
no, I agree.
Don't believe everything you hear.
Yep.
And it's a shame that Drew had to get this reputation and everything. So I feel bad for the guy, but kudos for Triple H to answer that reporter the way he did. And good luck for this reporter to ever getting invited to anything that WWE does for any press conference. Good luck, because you put your foot in your mouth. And
to be fair though, Walter, is it his fault or is it the fault of the people that spread this gossip around? It's really a double-edged sword when you think about it. Because if they got both sides of the story in the first place, we wouldn't be having this fucking conversation right now.
Yeah, but to be fair, he has a mouth and he shouldn't have said that. That was unprofessional to ask that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And in a press conference that showed in complete positivity on everything that happened, why'd you have to go and ask this question?
Well, to be fair, I will say this. I'm glad the question was asked, not because I wanted the drama, but I'm glad he asked it because clearly I think for at least he wanted clarification on it. And I think he even stated in the interview, the French guy who asked the question, he just wanted clarification on it. That's what you always try to do.
Well, right. But, you know, and again, I will never claim to understand the difference in filters of words between countries, between language, barriers or whatever. But that filters some dark roast coffee. Straight black coffee. Like, you don't ask that kind of question at a press conference like this. That's something you ask in an interview. You're gonna, put on your own thing. You don't put the dude on blast in front of God and everybody.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
like if he's asking about the releases, I can even excuse that part of it. But invoking Rhonda's name when she's been talking nothing but shit, that was the poor decision making. Clarification is fine. But if you're going to get clarification about a story based on a woman's memoir with an axe to grind, you're bad for asking it.
Less is more in this case.
Dude, calling attention to her period at a WWE press conference was just a bad idea.
Yeah,
that's exactly my point. You do that when you have like a one-on-one platform and you're doing an interview. Before you do a professional interview, there are things that you guideline. Tell them what can and can't I talk about or ask you about before we do this. So that's the platform you use. You don't do this to somebody.
That's why these scrums are usually so well organized and they go so well. And you get that list, or whatever. And very likely this guy went against the script or against, went rogue or whatever. But I'm going to reference it back. God help me. Ariel Helwani's interview with Punk. Punk was very upfront. It's like, can't talk about that, but we can talk around it. We can't talk about anything I signed, but I didn't sign for myself. It's like, that's basically saying they fucked up. They fucked up.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, exactly. It was, well, to your point too. It's like, I think so many people lose sight of that. If you know even a tenth of anything from any journalism class ever, like, there are different types of interviews and different style of interviews depending on the circumstance. If it's a press scrum like this was, that's how you're supposed to run a press scrum, which so many people forget. Like, oh, WWE, they don't want these questions. They're trying to silence people. No. Because if they were trying to silence people, then they would have had a major problem with what Punk said on his interview about Vince. I mean, seriously. And why did Triple H even need to add on to that when Punk said everything everybody was already thinking for him? Like, seriously. It's just that simple. There's different ways to conduct interviews depending on the scenario. It's not a one shoe fits all, which a lot of these freaking moronic dirt sheets do. And anybody that kind of like takes their word for gospel and asks it as if it was a legitimate breaking story, treat it as such. And it's not. It's just not. Seriously, unless it comes from WWE or TMZ or the people in charge, I don't consider it a source. I don't.
I wouldn't even go so far as TMZ. My thing is, if there is a statement of, employment status, I want company letterhead or I want the talent.
All right.
Period. Here's one that's going to ruffle more feathers than a goddamn peacock factory. Unless it's about business, I shouldn't have to give a fuck. I could give a goddamn what somebody had for breakfast yesterday. I could give a shit if they're fucking somebody in the locker room. Good on you. You're getting some. Yay on you. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
That's my problem. Is that, and again, I'm gonna soapbox so high. I'm probably gonna be standing on a freaking pillar at this point. But society has become so obsessed with everybody's personal everything that I see an advertisement all the time on a podcast network that I watch to subscribe to a service to get your personal information from being sold. It's like, that's how bad it's got.
Yep.
We're having to prevent our personal information being sold to the highest bidder because we're so obsessed with everybody else's bullshit. And I will address the chat and say the Wall Street Journal is usually pretty credible, but even them, they can always get fed a line of bullshit too.
Yeah,
if it's investigation, then yeah, okay, then we're gonna go with that. But if it's a flipping comment, number one, they're not gonna post a flipping comment. It's Wall Street fucking Journal. But if it is, then it happens. Like I said, company letterhead or the talent speaking their own truth. Otherwise, and it has to be about business. If somebody went and cheated on you with somebody else's locker room, not my fucking problem. I don't care. It sucks you got your heart broke. It sucks that your person was sucking somebody else. That's a horrible thing to happen. All right? But it's not my problem. I don't give a fuck. There. Now everybody's mad at me.
I just have like beating the dead horse. So
when you're
give it up to
two-faced,
JJ.
that's how you get everybody mad at you when you're two-faced, though.
I'm sure I already know the answer to this. Noah, do you have anything you want to say on this?
Oh, boy. We're waiting. Noah?
Hey, easy. Jeez.
No, I know.
I think I'm guessing the silence is indicative of his answer.
Yeah, like I said, I pretty much already figured, and even if he did pop in, I figured he'd hit us with nothing more than a "do better, people" type of comment.
Accurate.
Or
there you
go. He's gonna be that or a Moxley. Nope. Keep on going.
No, honestly, I think I said it before he could say it too.
So, okay. I'm going to give my thoughts on this and wrap this up. And my thoughts are not going to be near as venomous as Jeff's was, but we are going to start down that path just a little bit. And I've had conversations with Jeff recently, not just about this, as this particular story just broke today, but about the scrums in general and reporters in general. So I'm going to start with this. It's shit like this that pisses me off when guys like us can't get credentials for this type of shit.
Mm-hmm.
I know Jeff doesn't give a shit. He's already told me WWE's got him at like near the top of their most wanted list as far as, nope, not this fucker. And by proxy, we're probably all lumped in with him. But
I've been that
the
way.
The fact that guys like us, and that's everybody on the panel, that's everybody that's affiliated with us, from Aaron to Greg to Mikey, none of us can get into these type of press conference and scrums. When shit like this happens, it just pisses me off even more because we're the guys who, even though WWE looks at us and looks at Jeff and No DQ and everything, and they're like, yeah, no, we're the guys that actually try to take this job. And I get only me and Jeff really get paid from this. So saying job may be kind of ha-ha. But we're the only ones who take this like seriously.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can tune into open mic night. You see the shenanigans. Oh, you guys aren't serious. If y'all think about it, and we can go back a year or so here. I'm the one that's always calling us journalists because we try to do our research.
Yep.
We try to take sources seriously and make sure they're credible.
Mm-hmm.
I've been saying for almost as long as I've been back with the Jeff Meacham Network, and especially ever since we've expanded into this multiverse. One of my go-to quotes has been, the last time I checked, there are no books of Sapper, Meltzer, or Alvarez in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
They are not gospel. Stop treating their words like they are. Because of that, and because of conversations with Jeff, I've been the one to try to hold up, and especially in our group chat, if it doesn't come from WWE in Stamford, Connecticut, TNA in Canada, or AEW in Jacksonville, Florida, it is secondhand information at best.
Mm-hmm.
At best. For all we know, it's a fucking game of telephone at this point. You know, I don't know how many of you guys watching remember the game of telephone when you were in school. When you would whisper into someone's ear, then they'd whisper into the next person, then they'd whisper into the next person, and 9 times out of 10, by the time it got down the line, it went from tell Jimmy he has bad breath to Jimmy wants to kill your fucking ass. Like, wait, what? That's not what was said at all. But that's kind of how the IWC is. And especially the internet wrestling journalists.
Yep.
I kind of went off on Corey Brennan yesterday. I didn't go full like sword chopping off heads or anything. But when he posted the tweet out about NXT cuts coming, I'm not going to reveal who though. I'm like, so wait a minute. Cuts are coming, but you're not going to tell us? Like, wait a minute. This is some bullshit. How am I supposed to believe you?
Mm-hmm.
And then I had people in our circle coming at me talking about, oh, well, this person is completely reliable, blah, blah, blah.
Nope.
Let me even see if I can find the actual tweet here. Because it'll be in a report, Corey's NXT reporting is legit, always spot on, so knock it off. That's what somebody in our circle tweeted back to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, no. They straight up said they're not going to tell us who. Like, what the hell? It's going to be a report that's behind the paywall that only people that pay can see. The fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
If you're trying to break news to the public, I mean, granted, I remember going to a newspaper machine which don't exist anymore and putting a quarter in and getting my daily newspaper. But give the people the news. I can turn on ABC at 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock and get the news for the day, and I ain't got to pay for shit. It's on free TV. Give us the news, goddammit.
Yep.
And that's what I've always tried to hold us to here. If we talk about rumors, we always talk about where we got the rumor from. That way our viewing audience knows that if this ends up being a load of shit, if nothing materializes from it, they can go to Wrestling Observer and Dave Meltzer. They can go to Sean Sapp at Fightful. They can go to Brian Alvarez and whatever his outlet is. And they can go after those people for printing fake news. We've stated to our audience, I saw this rumor on social media as reported from this source, and now we're going to discuss our thoughts on it.
Mm-hmm.
And again, going back to my initial thing, hold on, Jeff. We allowed you to get yours out without interrupting. Going back to the beginning of this here, it's because of this shit that we can't get invites to this stuff. You know, I don't want to shit on anybody else. Too many people have already been shit on in this whole topic, but there's females that are associated with these websites that seem to just waltz right into these things. And how much of it is because they're a trusted journalist and source, and how much of it is because they're a pretty face? Don't get it twisted. I'm not trying to be sexist, but let's be real here. If there's one press pass left and a pretty girl walks up and my fucking 260-pound fat ass walks up, who are you going to give that to? Let's just be real. As far as the Drew Gulak thing, which is kind of lumped into all this, so let me address that part too. I think this is all just a crock of shit when it comes right down to it. I feel for Drew Gulak the same way I feel for Joey Ryan. Because at the end of the day, nothing has been proven. Both men were deemed guilty until proven innocent instead of being innocent until proven guilty. Both men have pretty much now lost their careers as a result of this shit. And if what has been said about the incident is factual, I believe Drew, when he's gone on the record as saying that he has apologized to her for this numerous times, and she had forgiven him until she went to go write a book about it and decided, let's just throw him under the bus. Because fuck WWE, because I'm done with them now. I'm not trying to take any credibility away from Ronda. I love Ronda. But I feel like he's catching the raw end of the deal here. And if somebody has apologized for something and been forgiven for something, it should be like double jeopardy, where you can't try somebody for the same crime twice in a row. He's been forgiven. He's been pardoned. Don't pull this shit later. That's all I got to say about that. Jeff, I saw you had your hand raised. What would you like to say?
Just simply that, the thing I've always heard is 3 easiest ways to get information across, whether you want it to or actually or not. Telephone, telegram, tell a wrestler. That's been proven multiple times. As far as not getting into the scrums and me not caring, it really comes down to the fact that I refuse to be a two-faced and hypocrite. I am who I am, and that's all that I am. Boop, boop. These fuckers are in the scrums, with a few exceptions. Let me be clear on that. I ain't about to throw everybody in the goddamn bus that doesn't deserve it. They're fucking lying asses. And they just get in there because they tell Phil and the company here what they want to be told. It's just frustrating that, and again, I meant what I said to you in private. I really don't care about going to these things as far as the scrums or the press conferences or whatever. If I'm going to go to a wrestling show, I will only wear my work stuff if I'm, if I have a watch along and not everybody's there with me. Well, that's probably going to happen in Vegas.
See, and I only care because I feel like getting into these scrums would get us closer to the talent, which would help the multiverse as a whole.
And I understand that, but my stance is I refuse to compromise my credibility for the sake of content. And I feel like these fucking people that attend these scrums, with a few exceptions, have no credibility because they are ultimately liars or hypocrites or two-faced.
But you ask the IWC and they have the most credibility.
See, that's a hard thing to respond to.
Double-edged
Because,
sword.
well, that's a hard thing to answer because the IWC is our audience, but they're fucking wrong. I don't want to lump the entire internet wrestling community under one umbrella because there are many fans, including 84 people watching across the majority of the multiverse right now, 83, that enjoy our content, and none of us are bullshitting you. And again, I don't care if I have 84 people watching me, 840 people watching me, 8,400 people watching me. I am not going to dip my credibility level to get my professional rocks off. That's just not who I
am. And I commend you for that, and I stand with you on that.
And my issue with it is that the people that defend these fucking leeches on, or these, even better, these succubuses on innocent souls just get all the credibility because they've played the game in the wrestling industry for all these years. I will die on the fucking hill of if Bret Hart didn't give Meltzer access to his story in 1997, nobody would give a fuck about that guy now.
That's fair. And I agree with you. I know some of the argument I'm presenting sounds like I don't agree with you, but I do agree with you. And I've been your right hand since we pretty much started working together.
Sure. Yes.
But it's like I said, it's a double-edged sword because these people out there have the most credibility. They have the bigger audience. Just for an example, Fightful's most recent live stream from today, from 9 hours ago, has 5.2 thousand views. Okay. We have 86.
Okay.
And I'm just saying, if we were able to get into these things like them, we would be able to pull those type of numbers without sacrificing our integrity, because that's not the type of people we are. But we're not going to get into these things because we're not willing to sacrifice our integrity. And it's a double-edged sword. And it's what pisses me off about it. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to illustrate, not to us here, but to them out there.
Yes. And I agree with that stance and co-sign on it. And I hope that there are people, the majority of people in here, that are like Richard, that have watched for well over a decade, and we've met up at shows numerous times over the years, Richard and I. And it's it's a good dude. This is not a attempt to deflect responsibility or blame or accountability or whatever you want to call it, because at the end of the day, I am 41 years old. I'm a grown ass man. And I make my decisions. The reputation that the no DQ media department, for lack of a better term, sowed for ourselves back in 2002 to 2004 and then onward after that. Your reputation is what leads you. Your character is what helps bring you out of it. Unfortunately, that is not the fucking case in professional wrestling. That's professional wrestling media. I could walk in there with a fully revitalized and legitimate halo, but they will always see me as the guy that spoke with forked tongue, wearing a no DQ t-shirt or a ball cap, and that's just the way it is. Richard, you're right. I apologize. Wrong person. Sorry. There's another Richard Morales that I think lives out here that I've been up with. It's a decent dude too. I'm sorry. And again, that's not anybody's fault but me. I made my decision to work with who I worked with, and I stepped away, and then I went back because I stepped away for not anything to do with the no DQ rep. There's very few people that understand the real reason I stepped away from no DQ when I did in 2011. And one of them is in this room, and he was a big help in getting me to that place of enlightenment, for lack of a better term. At the time, I needed it. But, you know, I stick with the Undertaker's speech. Perception is reality. You know, accountability is everything. And I feel like, and it is a harder road to hoe, sticking with credibility over selling your soul for purposes of content. And I know none of us in here is going to, you know, want to do that. I'm not saying that you do. This is the way. It's May the 4th. Fuck it. This is the way. And I feel like it's the right way. And I feel it's the way we need to go. And I know that the folks in here agree with it. It's just unfortunate that for all the shit that the companies in wrestling talk about, these internet, you know, leech sheets, they let them write it into their rooms. I'll tell you this. You don't see a whole lot of the person we've been talking about, or the head dip in charge, Meltzer, get interviews of people like Chris Van Vliet does on the regular. Chris Van Vliet's a solid fucking dude. I met up with him at Sam's podcast a year ago. Love Chris. Denise is also one of my favorite people I've ever met in wrestling ever. And she worked her way up from appearing on Sean Waltman's podcast more as like just kind of a face on the show. And, you know, she's hosting the thing with Trish and Lita in a couple weeks out here in Ontario because she's got that positive reputation. And she works her ass off.
I could go to.
What's that?
So which I still wish I could go to.
I know. It's that weekend has become more schedule complicated even today. I got to talk to you out here about that. I forget why though, so maybe not today. There's something going on that weekend where I won't be able to be doing anything.
At least there's no watch along that weekend.
Thank the Buddha, I guess. I don't know to think at this point.
Thank
Because if I thank anybody else, I'm going to get shit from for whatever.
Thank the maker.
There you go. Thank the maker. Thank you. Appreciate you that. Very good. But honestly, outside of people like Chris and Denise, I find myself hard pressed to find anybody that I would want to say, "Hey, that's my pal." Look who my friend talked to today on their show. Because they're not going to get the interviews, those people, number one, because of their reputation.
Yeah, and unfortunately, and this isn't a knock to her, but unfortunately, Denise is so connected with SAP that by proxy, she kind of gets lumped into that camp.
I know, and she shouldn't. That's not fair. And she appears on the Meltzer's YouTube channel too. So it's like, ugh. So
yeah,
she paid very well. So good on fucking her, man. Like seriously.
Yeah, but that's another thing, and I think that goes to what you said though, Jeff, too, and that kind of adds to Jeff's point initially. It's like, you know, in order for her to really get going, like she didn't sell out her credibility, but a lot of people I feel like have to kind of stay silent because they have a job with these people.
Right, exactly. And that's the thing. I firmly believe that Denise and Chris are both good, solid people. They found a way to get paid for the talent they have. It's just the people with their things on the letterhead, you know, don't exactly mesh up with credibility or niceness. Kathy Kelly's a great fucking example. Thank you, Emmanuel. She was working with Maria Menounos, the same thing that X-Pac was working with for a while, and Denise and everybody. And Kathy got herself a job at WWE. She stepped away and then came back. I love Kathy Kelly. If more people in wrestling media were like Kathy or Denise or Chris Van Vliet, this last hour wouldn't even been fucking happening.
Yep.
I swear to God.
Yep. True that. Cesspool, brother. It's a freaking cesspool.
Sadly, it is.
it has always been a hard road. It's been 22 years almost of stuff like this. You know, again, I'm not trying to, you know, kick an already dead horse within the discussion, but it is stuff like this that is a huge reason why Joey and I never got along, because I was labeled day one as one of these internet marks that is just going to leech off what I do, and I'm not going to get anything out of it. That was a predisposed or whatever judgment. I hadn't said 2 words to him at that point.
Mm-hmm.
All I was Lizzie Valentine, or it wasn't her name back then, Liz's friend at the time. That was just a hanger on. Now, I will fully cop to, by the time we got into really getting ourselves into the backstage area of PWG, I was okay with interviewing everybody. There were people that were making decisions that I didn't have the ability to make, that only wanted the TNA talent. That decision was made for me. And if that gets me in trouble with a conversation tomorrow, so be it. But that's the truth. And if he argues with me on the air about it, it's going to get called to task, because he knows it's fucking truth. I was willing to interview anybody. Wrestlers. 3 years into doing the stuff, like for real. And we ended up interviewing all these people after the fact, but again, reputation based on a predisposed thing. Because once that information got back to the people that run PWG, including Joey Ryan, you might as well put a big old red letter, mud. That's what it was from that moment on. Nothing I could do about that. And that's what a lot of the people we're talking about have been able to overcome through bullshitting and lies and deception and hypocrisy. It's to my financial detriment, but my conscience is clear as day, brother. And that's the shitty part, I guess.
Yeah, I'm good with that. That's why I'm a fan and not a freaking worker of the industry. I'm cool with that.
No, and you know what? I got in deeper than I should have when I was doing the indie stuff out here, and it was a bad idea. I look back now, and it was a very poor decision to get that deep into it.
I feel that.
Just because the business itself is so toxic, you know. Again, great example. I'm gonna wait. Let me. Difference between working for Disney and going to Disneyland.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Going to a wrestling show and being in a wrestling show.
Yep.
Just go behind that curtain. It's a whole new world. And it sucks big, all kinds of balls. Because it's so toxic.
Yeah, it's bad, dude.
Across the board.
Yeah.
So that's why sometimes it's okay to just be a fan again. Which is why, like I said, for WrestleMania, anybody that's not going, by all means, run the watch along. We'll do the thing. But I'm going to Vegas to enjoy fucking WrestleMania and the week of shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
And a giant Airbnb with all my friends, and we're going to shut the town down because that's what I do in Las Vegas.
Yes. The freaking Multiverse of Media theme song will be "Run This Town" by Jay-Z for that weekend.
That's it. There you go.
Yeah, true that.
Really quickly here to Richard. I know Emmanuel's kind of putting it in the chat, but so that he can hear it from us. The goal that has been discussed as far as Noah and Datilla that you hear about is if we can get $500 in super chats by the end of the year, Noah will join Chase U. He will enroll in Chase U. If we can get another 500 after that, so a total of $1,000 by the end of the year, Datilla will go to Stand and Deliver next year for NXT when it comes to Vegas. Now, the quid pro quo, the proviso, the clause, if you will, is that karaoke super chats, And super chat donations in order to join the game nights do not count towards the goal because those go to other things. You're super chatting to play a game. You're super chatting for us to make an ass of ourselves and sing a song. You don't get to pay for us to sing a song and put money towards the other thing also. Doesn't work like that. That's not fair.
To the people in the game. Yeah.
So it has to be other super chats. It starts tomorrow once everything refreshes from today's stuff because we've already received super chats during the watch along. There have been super chats coming in for this. Those don't count towards the goal.
Yep.
And to be real, we don't really have a live stream tomorrow, so it really begins come Monday with For the Love of Wrestling.
Yep.
Through the end of our New Year's Eve end of year show for open mic night.
Yep. Yeah, because I think end of year itself is in the middle of the week, so we'll try to schedule something to make sure the game stays on the up and up for Noah and Attila.
Yes. And Richard saying, look out in the future for some pretty generous super chats. And again, we didn't echo this part when we first made the thing, but seeing that comment about generous super chats, let's make sure we share the love.
Oh, no, for sure.
Let's not just give every generous super chat to Jeff.
True.
Every generous super chat to me. There are currently 3 channels in the multiverse that we broadcast on a consistent basis that are lodged for super chats.
Yep.
Myself at the Casa D18 Studios, Jeff on the Jeff Meacham Network, Greg on the Greg Cherry brand.
Right.
Yes, Aaron and No DQ is part of the multiverse, but we don't broadcast on their brand consistently, so that doesn't count. You super chatting the No DQ review does not go towards this.
Yeah.
It's only these 3 channels.
Right.
And it's pretty much open mic night, watch alongs, like that type of stuff.
Yeah.
And to make it very fair for Noah and Attila, Greg accepts donations primarily through his Streamlabs now. Those also don't count. It has to be a YouTube super chat. Yeah. And and I'm not trying to rip Greg off. I'm just, that's how we keep our accountability. So I want to make sure it stays across the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we'd like to have accountability, people.
Yes.
Yeah.
That goes back to the topic at hand.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that.
As we bring things back to what we were discussing and wrap it up.
Yes.
Accountability is key. It's been one of my mottos since I took over open mic night from Jeff.
Yep.
Anything that is said on this show, I want us to be held accountable for. That's part of why we do the year-end shows, and James has all this work of having to clip shit.
Yes.
Whether it's just a funny haha or like a serious take on something, a hot take.
Mm-hmm.
It's accountability.
Yep.
It is.
Once we hit end stream, these videos are out there forever. So these ain't going nowhere. It's just something I wish more of the internet wrestling journalists would do.
Yeah.
You get your tip, you check your tip, you double check your tip, then go ahead and release it as news. And if you get busted in inaccurate reporting, don't be too proud to post a retraction statement.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing that kills a lot of them and makes me not trust them, is that they're not willing to admit when they're wrong.
Yeah.
They just try to change the narrative.
Yeah.
Like the whole CM Punk going to WWE thing.
Ugh.
and how people tried to say that, oh, well, he's not going there. They said he wasn't going there. And then he shows up there. And it's like, well, the conversations didn't happen until a couple days prior, which, okay, may have been accurate.
Right.
But how is it that this motherfucker, the minute he saw Punk throw his one in the air and walk out of Wembley Stadium, said that CM Punk is going to WWE because he just threw up the one acknowledging the bloodline?
Yeah.
And nobody wants to take me fucking serious.
Yep.
You know, I could have sworn that a finish of the story that was thrown out there by everybody and their mother with a keyboard or a mobile device was talking about finishing in the garden. I could have sworn that originated in Victorville. Maybe that was just me.
Yeah.
Just saying.
And granted, I was wrong.
Right.
But a year after I said it, all the other people started trying to pick up on it.
Exactly. That's my point.
And nobody gave credit to this guy for saying it first.
Nope.
Yeah. Just like the Punk thing when they said no conversations that ended. What did that first thing I said? I said, well, why would you need to keep having conversations if the contract's already signed? I kept saying that, and then boom, he showed up at Survivor Series.
I'll give you a great example, Jay. But versus the hunger for toxicity versus just random nice stuff. The quoted post I made after No DQ reported the lovely reunion of Vince McMahon and his right-hand man, John Laurinaitis, and what I said, over 7,000 views since Thursday. That's more views on that post than I have like in a month combined. Mm-hmm. People love drama. People love toxicity. And you know what? I even said in my post, I'm probably going to get cut off from a couple of people I really care about a lot for saying this. But it's part of my not wanting to be a shitbag out there in the public eye is being accountable and being honest.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, he was a victim too. No, he was not. His wife was sick with cancer and he was getting side pussy. Fuck that. Ain't no victim there except the wife.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
God damn. That was blunt, forced trauma, and not going, yeah, afterwards, but I don't give a shit. That is not a victimless crime at all. Except, yeah, no. Absolutely not.
I'm going to say it like this, and then we're going to wrap this up because it's already midnight.
Oh, shit, it is.
Toxicity is so popular. System of a Down made it a hit song and a hit album.
Yeah.
Noah, brother, I see your private chat. You have a good evening, sir. Thank you for everything you did tonight. If you'd like to pop on screen real quick, we love you, brother. We will see you when we see you next. Good sir.
I see that on Backlash and the producing of Jeopardy, brother. Dude, like I told you at the top, you are the MV fucking P.
God bless you all. Have a good night.
Yes, sir.
Good night, sir.
That's why I feel bad for going into this shit with, the bad stuff because it drags him down. He's such a good person.
He is, but he also knows that it's news, it's discussion, and sometimes it needs to be done.
Yeah.
He understands that. And we love him for that. And with that being said, we're going to bring this conversation piece to a close. Unfortunately, to those of you that did post decent topics, we're not going to be able to get to them. We did get to the ones that were super chatted. We apologize. We do appreciate you guys. We're going to throw one more time to our watch long trailer that has been updated with WrestleMania in it, and then we'll come back. We'll hit our shills. We will get out of here. Stay tuned.
And now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
All the wrestling, all the wrestling, all the wrestling, all the wrestling. And we're going to Vegas. God help that town.
Yeah, God
No
help
one here.
Vegas.
Somebody got to do it.
Me in Vegas on 420. God help us all.
For real.
UNLV Hospital. We'll put you on notice.
Hopefully RVD isn't booked so he can celebrate 420 in Vegas with you.
God damn it. Didn't get to do it this year. By God.
man.
Tony, if you book him, I swear to fucking God, you curly-headed piece of shit. I will find you in Jacksonville. And make sure you needed that brace for reals. That's right. But yeah. JD didn't get to mention it during the backlash or I think it was during the belt show, but yeah. Booking WrestleMania on 420 in Las Vegas will automatically induce a long-standing Casa Super Chat. That's how people get fucked up. That will be a thing. And I'm here for it.
All right, well, let's begin running through the shills here.
Yes.
You saw him here for Jeopardy and for the first topic. Make sure you follow the Cleveland Combatant on Twitter at Walking Hymnal, on Instagram at MallowManGram. Big Baller G, who's always happy to be here whenever he is here. Find him on TikTok, Big Baller G 1988, on Twitter, NoDQ_ Big Baller G, on Instagram and Threads, NoDQ_ Big Baller G 1988. Make sure you follow Datilla at Rangers of Wrestling on YouTube. Check out her recaps and her Power Ranger content. Walter.
Yeah, for me on the socials, at Walter Alex Cruz. The Instagram is Cal Fire Farms and at Rage of Wrestling YouTube, where on demand we just did that. We all predicted what the future holds for the major titles in each company, so that's now on demand. Check that out. The next watch along for me will be UFC 301 June 1st, 2024, which is a match clip. Islam versus Dustin Poirier for the lightweight championship is the main event of that. Yeah,
I'll be a good one.
Yeah, exactly. So tune in for that, and that's it for me.
That's how people get fucked up.
Yeah, true that. By the way, that he did a moonsault on this UFC. By the way, I'm not even kidding. In the cage, he like backflipped.
Yeah.
He slammed him in the head with his knee and then choked him out after. That was nuts.
Yeah.
All right. For me, you can find me on Instagram, the Renegade JJ Williams, on Twitter at ROWJJ Williams, on YouTube, Casa D18 Studios. Thank you to everyone that is currently watching the stream on YouTube right now. Of course, you can find me every Monday through Thursday with my show, For the Love of Wrestling, where I discuss all the major shows across television for the week. WWE, SmackDown, TNA Impact on Monday. Tuesdays is Raw. Wednesdays is NXT and NWA Power. And Thursdays is AEW Dynamite. Make sure you follow your barkeeps on social media. Dory Lou Hathaway and Mike Caldwell on Facebook, at Hathaway Lou, at LBStatKid1977 on Twitter, Dory Lou and Statboy13 on Instagram. We want to thank Mikey for popping in here briefly at the start of the show as he did. Make sure you tune in every Tuesday, 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern, for Statboy's Sports Bar, as Statboy opens the doors to the bar every week. The food is hot, the beer is ice cold, and the seats are warm, so pull up a bar stool and engage in some professional sports conversation with your owner and barkeep, Statboy Mike. Check out the Greg Cherry brand across all social medias for our good buddy Greg Cherry. You can always find the Greg Cherry Show every Wednesday, 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern, and see what shenanigans he and Matty Laws get into. James.
You can find me on the socials at youtube.com/JamesSide95. That's also my Twitter, and on Facebook at James Man Hebert. I do really cool and dumb things on the internet. Woo!
So yeah, it's my shtick now. It's gotten so over. You got to do it. You got to do it every time. Be on the lookout for.
You really don't though, bro. It hurts my ears.
That's fine. I can turn it down. How about if I do it like this?
Continue your show.
I'll do it like this from now on, Jojo. You guys can check out.
Too late for that loud.
So you guys can check out my current edition of the J. Hebert side of things. We go over a whole hodgepodge of stuff. That will be on my channel right now. That would be covering the UFC 300 knockout, the last second knockout, which was nuts. We covered the TikTok ban in the U.S. or a possibility of it being banned in the U.S. One less toxic social media app wouldn't be a bad thing, but I don't know if that's the right way to go about it. And then we also have 2K, and there will be an update when I get a chance to record that update, but there has been an update to that story. Just haven't been able to find time to record it. And then Swerve being overshadowed, which I go in depth on with a little collaboration for the love of wrestling, which I also link. So go check that out if you want to. And you also can check out my uncle's documentary trailer. I don't think it will be May 6th, but good news is it's nearly done, and that's a good thing. So it's very much getting on track to being ready to be done. It's coming along great. I got so much content that I'm just sorting through, getting ready. You guys are in for a hell of a story with that. Check out a second trailer as well that we cannot air on the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse Media because that trailer is bonkers. One of the best sports speeches you will ever hear in the history of sports. And it was for the number one team in the state of New Hampshire. They would go on to remain undefeated and win the state championship. So go check it out when you can get the chance.
So scan those QR codes.
Scan those QR codes. Yes. Maybe that's how I should do it next time. Anytime it's like this late, I'll just be like, you can find me on the
Find me on socials, but I need to go to sleep, so do it soon.
Yes, exactly.
To Emmanuel with your last super chat, real villain of what? Please clarify before we go into that. He just dipped out of here, but of course, follow Noah Foster, the MVP of the Jeff Meacham Network Multiverse Media. You can find him on Facebook at Noah Foster or on Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube at nfoster1916. He is most active on Twitter, if we're being honest. That's where you'll get his live reactions for TNA, AEW, etc. That's where you'll find his links for the community tab and stuff for the prediction leagues. He always posts stuff out there, or you can go to his YouTube channel, click the community tab, find it there. He'll also engage his audience on YouTube periodically, ask what you thought of the recent pay-per-view that was done, trying to get the engagement up there. He is our next goal. We want to try to get Noah up to 1,000 subscribers so that we can begin the process of getting him monetized. He has a very long way to go. So if you guys have not subscribed to Noah and you enjoy our content, go subscribe to him at nfoster1916. He currently only has 354 subs. He needs 1,000 before we can even start to look at monetization. So he needs almost 650 subs.
If anybody deserves monetization for what they do on a regular, it's Noah. Like, seriously.
There are 88 of you guys watching right now across Twitter, across Twitch, and across other YouTube channels. Go to nfoster1916, subscribe. That's almost 100 more subscribers for him if y'all go and do that right now.
If you're not already. Exactly.
Yeah, only one person is currently watching on his channel right now.
No, go over there.
So there are 87 of you guys that aren't subscribed to nfoster16 on YouTube. Go over there, subscribe, turn the notification bell on. Noah posts his ATW View impromptus with his crew. He does Simply Predicting over there. That's a program that you will not see on any other channel except for his channel and my channel.
Correct.
That's never streamed on Jeff's channel, James's channel. So make sure you go and sub to him, show him some love. Like James said, if anybody here deserves it next to us, it is Noah.
Yeah.
I did see Emmanuel's clarification. I will go back to that momentarily. It's not popping up. I just clicked it. What's going on here?
Uh-oh.
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
I clicked the Meech's Musings graphic and it's not popping up.
Oh, because I deleted it because it's not there. It was incorrect labeling.
Oh.
Yeah.
So the if you want to go do Emmanuel's question first, that's fine. Whatever's clever.
Well, I was going to get to the last couple of things, but
okay, whatever.
I was just going to, do the whole. And Under Siege isn't popping up now either. What the hell?
Under Siege was yesterday.
Yeah, Under
I
Siege.
was going to throw the thing up and tell people to go back into the archives and everything. Did you delete all these things that have already happened?
I deleted it earlier this morning when I came in. Yeah.
Oh no.
Because it's still showing on my side.
Yeah,
and I'm here as a producer with you.
So I could explain that. So what typically happens?
Let me explain right now on the air to everybody watching.
That one showed up. Okay.
Okay. Well, there you go.
So if you missed our Backlash coverage this morning, go back and check out our live watch along of that. Then go check out Jeff's recap on his channel and the No DQ channel, where he discussed and gave his in-depth thoughts of Backlash. Okay, now the double feature isn't showing up either.
Uh-oh.
It's all right. Just, yeah,
It's
we're having
okay.
technical
Don't
issues.
worry about it. I mean, if you missed our double feature for dads, our retro double feature that was before we came on the air here, go back and check that out as well. And then, as Walter alluded to earlier this afternoon, me, him, and Noah discussed for almost 2 hours who will be the next champions for all these titles. The World Heavyweight Championships, the Mid-Card Championships, and the Women's Championships for all the brands here. Make sure you check that stuff out as well. And then the next time we will be giving you a live dads will be next Friday, May 10th, as we celebrate 60 years of Beach Boys number ones with the top 10 Beach Boys songs.
All right, cool.
Here we go.
So To Emmanuel's $2 super chat. Last question of the night. Who's the real villain? Is it the Jedis or the Dark Side Lord Palpatine? Well, I believe it depends greatly on your own point of view.
Yes.
Yes.
It's the most Obi-Wan answer we could think of.
But legit, it's Palpatine. He's the puppet master of the entire 9-movie saga when it comes right down to it.
I said it during both Dad's episodes. He is an evil son of a bitch.
Yes.
Yeah. At least with Scar, he was just betraying his own family at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Palpatine didn't care who in the galaxy got wiped out.
Yeah, he was not a chaotic neutral. He was just straight up evil.
Not a fuck given on his path to conquest.
Yep.
All right. Well, that is going to just about wrap things up here. I want to thank you, everybody, for joining us and tuning in. Thank the 90 of y'all that are still watching. That's nuts to me sometimes that we still have that many people watching at 12:15 Pacific time, 3:15 Eastern time. Who knows what time overseas?
Right.
You know, because we know we do get some UK people, some Aussie people watching. So we thank every one of y'all that are still riding with us. And I guess make sure you guys tune in for our next stream, which will be For the Love of Wrestling, Monday, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, as I talk about Impact and SmackDown from Thursday and Friday. For the Simple Man, Noah Foster. For Statboy Mike. For Josh Mansfield, our Meltzer of the Multiverse. For Emmanuel and Matthew, our other Jeopardy contestants. For Datilla. For Mr. Reliable, the Heebman James Hebert. For the man whose name is on the marquee, Jeff Meacham. I am the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. Thank you all for joining us, and we will see you guys next time.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.